Good morning, everybody. It is Steve Lookner with Agenda Free TV. We are back with more live coverage of the situation with Israel and Hezbollah. Oops, I don't have the clock up. Why is the clock not up? It should be up. There you go. Yes, that is Tyre, Lebanon. The big topic of discussion this morning seems to be the possible ceasefire, whether Hezbollah and Israel will agree to a 21-day ceasefire. Hang on one second here. One moment here. One moment here. So again, there was an unconfirmed report in Sky News. Sky News ran this report like hours ago, claiming that there was going to be a ceasefire in the coming hours. And like, that's the only outlet I saw that reported it. And it created this big hullabaloo. And some people in Israel are upset about it. Some people, I mean, some right-wing ministers are quite upset. Maybe I can show you one of their posts. But anyway, so there's this question as to whether this is really going to happen. But my sense is that it's a big Israeli topic of discussion because that Sky News story came out. So, like Times of Israel has an article right now that the headline is the governing coalition officials, which is the governing coalition which works with Netanyahu. Coalition officials fume over truce prospect, say it would only let Hezbollah regroup. Then they have a little article, Northern mayors and pro-Netanyahu pundits join chorus of condemnation of potential truce. I'll get you a little update on that whole situation. So, that's been a big topic of discussion. Yes, I actually have a little article I can show you about it. Look at this. Israel government hardliners reject Lebanon ceasefire proposal. See that right there? Hardline partners, this is from Reuters. Hardline partners in Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's right-wing coalition today rejected proposals from the U.S. and France that would see a 21-day ceasefire in Lebanon to allow time for a diplomatic solution to be reached. Netanyahu, who left Israel on Thursday to address the UN, I think is on a plane, has yet to respond directly to the ceasefire proposal. Before leaving, he repeated pledges to ensure that tens of thousands of Israelis evacuated from northern border areas can return home. Finance Minister Bezalel Smotrich, who heads one of two nationalist religious factions in the coalition, let me show you what he said about this ceasefire proposal. Here's Smotrich's X account. He said 3 hours ago, the campaign in the north should end in one scenario, crushing Hezbollah and denying its ability to harm the residents of the north. The enemy must not be given time to recover from the heavy blows he received and to reorganize for the continuation of the war after 21 days. Surrender of Hezbollah or war, that's the only way we will return the residents and security to the north and the country. So he is the leader of one of two nationalist religious factions in Netanyahu's ruling coalition. The National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir's far-right faction was due to hold an emergency meeting yesterday, but the members of the party have already come out against the proposal. The U.S. and France, backed by other allies, called yesterday for a 21-day ceasefire along the Israel-Lebanon blue line, the demarcation line between the two countries, to allow the parties to negotiate towards a potential diplomatic resolution of the conflict. Netanyahu has been on a plane. Is that plane like on flight radar? I don't even know. I don't see a very strongly tracked plane. If it is, not many people are tracking it. I don't know. So anyways, again, Sky News had come out with the story several hours ago claiming a ceasefire was going to happen. And on the right wing in Israel, that raised this uproar. So we'll see what happens here. All right, let me read some of your comments. Let me say hi to the moderators. I can never win. I can never win. I woke up. I didn't even get a full night's sleep. I woke up at like 9 p.m. I jumped on to cover Eric Adams being indicted. Then I take a break. I eat. I come back on at 4:56 a.m. to cover this. And 9 minutes into my stream, I have a chatter saying, what's the message here? The chatter said, Steve, no hurricane coverage? Question mark, question mark, question mark. I just can't win no matter what I do. Okay. Hey, by the way, for our YouTube members and our Twitch subscribers, I don't know if you guys noticed, I don't think anyone found it yet. There is a new emoji. There is a new emoji for the YouTube members and the Twitch subscribers. I don't think anyone found it yet, although I don't know that for sure. Oh, people found it in Twitch. There you go. Can people understand what that emoji signifies? Is its meaning clear? Is the meaning clear? Do people know what it means? I think somebody got it. Yes, people got it. T-Wiki got it. Other people got it. Some people do, some people don't. It's the mute emoji. It's the mute emoji. Sometimes I get muted and people tell me I'm muted in the chat. So a viewer suggested we have emoji for it. Or I guess on Twitch, and it's an emote on Twitch. Anyways, now when I'm muted, now when I accidentally mute myself, you can post that emoji. So thanks for the suggestion. Thanks to Sonic for designing the emoji, for making the emoji. Okay. Hey, thanks, by the way, to Fifth Survivor for subscribing with Prime on Twitch. Thanks also to NightFox92 and Sedated Rooster for your support on Twitch. Thanks also to Paul Barnard, Acadius, and PZ Papa Zulu for your support on YouTube. Thanks to our moderators who are here, Ruth Krafasi and Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to our viewer Chopper66 for your support too. Thanks to our Twitch moderators, LB Prairiedon, Idaho Star, Surly Dev, and Tariag are all there moderating. Thank you. Thanks also to our Facebook moderators. I really appreciate it. By the way, Matthew James is watching from Tulsa, Oklahoma. Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for tuning in. I believe there has been there's been like one rocket alert in 18 hours. That also has some people thinking there might be a ceasefire in the offing. That there's been so few. There's been some Israeli airstrikes this morning, but so few rocket alerts. I will show you here on the SOFAR red alert map. So check this out. The SOFAR TZOFAR, as you can see, red alert, rocket alert map, which you can get. You can just Google SOFAR red alert map. Should be able to find it. And last 24 hours. So an hour ago, there were some rockets fired north of Haifa, on northwest Israel on the coast, north of Haifa. That was like an hour ago. But before that, the last rocket alert was 14 hours ago. So there's been one rocket alert in 14 hours. Now, there could be different reasons for that, but maybe a reason is that it's because of the ceasefire negotiation. I don't know. Ayan says ceasefire will not happen. I should do a poll. Is there a real possibility of ground operations if there's no ceasefire, said David Griffin? Yes, because Israel says it's going to do whatever it can to get Hezbollah to stop attacking North Israel and move them back from the border. And if the airstrikes don't do it, then they only have so many things they can do. So it would seem like the ground operation would be the next option. The next and only option, it would seem like. I don't think Netanyahu made an announcement. I saw there was some sort of announcement maybe from the Prime Minister's office, but I don't think Netanyahu himself said there will not be a ceasefire at all. Yeah, I'm just seeing a quote. I'm seeing a quote from Netanyahu right now, from a few minutes ago. Let me tell you that. I'm seeing a report that Netanyahu's office said it's not true that a ceasefire has been reached. That's different than saying we won't reach one. That's different. Yeah, so Amikai Stein mentioned this. Amikai is with Khan News. And he says the Israeli Prime Minister's office said the news about a ceasefire is incorrect. This is an American-French proposal to which the Prime Minister did not even respond. Doesn't say it won't happen. It just says it's not correct, that it's definitely happening. That's what he said. So we'll see if it happens or not. But certainly there are a number of people in his governing coalition who do not want it to happen. People have asked about the mugs. Yeah, the mugs. I'll put there's a merch link that the mods can post in that. If you want merch, you can go to the merch link and talks about the mugs and everything there. Thanks for asking. Let's do a poll. Do you think, will there be a 21-day ceasefire? Hey, Ruth is here moderating. Thanks, Ruth Krafasi, for moderating on YouTube. Will there be a 21-day ceasefire? Because that's what the plan says. The European-Israeli plan. Not European-Israeli, excuse me. The European-American plan, I believe it is, not European-Israeli. European-American plan. We'll see what you guys think. But basically, like, Netanyahu's been on a plane while this report came out that there was going to be a ceasefire. Created this big uproar. Do you think he'll meet with Biden and Macron? You know what? I don't even know. I should know that, but I don't. He's going to the UN, I think. Biden expects to meet Netanyahu's top strategic advisor in New York on Thursday ahead of the prime minister's arrival. How about when he arrives? I'll read you some stuff about this. I got to check the articles. Hang on one sec here. One moment here, guys. The poll on, look at this, on Twitch, here's the poll results. On Twitch, the poll, will there be a 21-day ceasefire? Boy, this is pretty rare. This never happens. 100% on Twitch voted no. We really don't usually have 100% polls. And then over there on YouTube, it was 91% no. The viewers have spoken. Scherzo says this chat on Twitch is usually quite divided. Mediocre Stream says skeptics unite. Thanks Fweaky Beats for subscribing over there on Twitch. Thank you to Sweetums and Flashed and Banged and Sweetums for your support over on Twitch, and Rubby Bobinson and Fifth Survivor. Thank you for your support on Twitch. Oops, I messed something up. I didn't mess anything up. The poll disappeared. The poll disappeared on me over on Twitch. Hold on now. Just disappeared. Well, we'll see. But again, one set of rocket alerts in the last 14 hours. One set of rocket alerts in 14 hours. Give me one moment here, guys. Excuse me. Uh, our viewer Ken Alloway says Sky News is trying to get involved, but out. One moment here. One moment here, everyone. You can see this here. U.S. and allies call for immediate 21-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. That is from Associated Press. Oops. Hang on a second here. The U.S., France, and other allies jointly called yesterday for an immediate 21-day ceasefire to allow for negotiations in the escalating conflict between Israel and Hezbollah that has killed more than 600 people in recent days. The joint statement, negotiated on the sidelines of the UN General Assembly in New York, says the recent fighting is intolerable and presents an unacceptable risk of broader regional escalation. There was no immediate reaction from either the Israeli or Lebanese governments or Hezbollah, but senior U.S. officials said all parties were aware of the call for a ceasefire. The U.S. hopes that a new deal could lead to longer-term stability along the border between Israel and Lebanon. Months of Israeli and Hezbollah exchanges of fire have driven tens of thousands of people from their homes, and escalated attacks over the past week have rekindled fears of a broader war in the Middle East. The U.S. officials said Hezbollah would not be a signatory to the ceasefire, but believed the Lebanese government would coordinate its acceptance with the group. They said they expected Israel to welcome the proposal. I don't know if that's going to happen. Prime Minister Netanyahu is speaking at the UN General Assembly tomorrow. So in theory, I guess, Hezbollah wouldn't sign it. Hezbollah is a political party / militant group in Lebanon. So in theory, from what I've seen, like Lebanon, the Lebanese government would sign it, but say we're going to ensure that Hezbollah abides by it. So Hezbollah wouldn't have to say they signed it or something. I don't know. I'll believe it when I see it. Take some comments here from you guys. Thank you to Jayton59 for subscribing on Twitch. Thank you. And NightFox92, thank you for your support. RP McMurphy says, I read it's Netanyahu that hasn't agreed to the terms. Nobody's agreed to it at this point. Nobody said they'll sign it at this point. Neither side. Ora says, why would Israel give them 3 weeks to recover? Jim thinks Hezbollah is either going to back down before the end of the week or Israel is going in. Yumi says, I don't think Netanyahu is interested in doing a ceasefire. Seems like he's hell-bent on pushing forward. That's what Yumi says. David Kowalek thinks Israel doesn't want peace, it only wants submission. See if I have any updates for you here. Michael Horowitz says, Israeli strike reported against a car near Hasbaya, Lebanon. Oh, the Israeli... Hold on a second here. The Israeli foreign minister just posted something. Hold on a second here. The Israeli foreign minister just posted something. You guys might be interested in this. Let me show you. Give me a moment and I'll show you. So here's what the Israeli foreign minister posted, translating from Hebrew. Check it out. Israel Katz, Israeli foreign minister, there will be no ceasefire in the north. We will continue to fight against the terrorist organization Hezbollah with all our might until victory and the safe return of the residents of the north to their homes. That is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Oopsie. Hang on a moment. Ultra-Zionist says he doesn't speak for Bibi, but about the same stance as Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. Oh, I think there's a new IDF announcement. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment, guys. Give me a moment here. The Israel Defense Forces just posted 4 minutes ago. The IDF is currently striking Hezbollah terror targets in Lebanon. So Israeli Defense Forces just announced 4 minutes ago that they're carrying out some sort of wave of attacks. They do these announcements periodically. But again, they say that they are striking Hezbollah terrorist targets in Lebanon now. They also said that about an hour ago, there were approximately 45 projectiles crossing from Lebanon. I assume they were rockets in the western Galilee area. Some of them were intercepted and the rest fell in open areas. So again, Israel carrying out airstrikes now on Hezbollah targets. They say Hezbollah terror targets in Lebanon. Hold on. Maybe you might see one on this stream. Nope, he's moving the camera around. The camera's moving. The camera is moving. Where's it going? Anywhere? Where is it going? What is he doing? What is the camera doing? Is it zooming in for no reason? I don't know. Nothing happened. But Israel says it is carrying out airstrikes now. Thank you to Crafty's Wolf for your support. Crafty's Wolf, also Choppers66. Thank you, Choppers66. Now, even if there's no ceasefire, doesn't mean that the fighting has to continue. Maybe there's a world in which they actually reach an agreement with Hezbollah, Israel. And it's not just a temporary agreement, and Hezbollah just says, we'll stop attacking northern Israel. I mean, I'd be kind of surprised if that happened, but that's a way for it to stop and not have a ceasefire. Because a ceasefire is just, well, not no 21-day ceasefire. I mean, I think ceasefire implies like temporary. Yeah, ceasefire implies temporary. So maybe Israel will say no ceasefire, but at the same time, they might be open to, like, maybe they think that Hezbollah is scared and they'll just give in. Texas Doge says don't count on it. You know, 4 minutes ago, when we saw the camera move, that's interesting. 4 minutes ago, Al Mayadeen reported that there was an Israeli airstrike around Tyre, which is where this camera is. So maybe they heard something, and that's why they moved the camera. I don't know. We didn't see anything. Some Lebanese news outlets are talking about different airstrikes going on in Lebanon right now. Kate Skelton thinks they've run out of rockets and are waiting for the next shipment from Iran. They're supposed to have a lot of rockets there. I think they have 150,000 rockets and missiles. Well, at least they did before 3 days ago. What's happening now? There was a drone last night which hit like on the coast near the south of Israel. In the south of Israel, I'm sorry, in the south of Israel. I have to look that one up. That was last night, or maybe early this morning. I can't remember. I got to look it up. A lot. In a lot. AP says, in the southern city of Eilat, Israel, a building at the port was struck by a drone, an attack that injured 2 people and was claimed by an umbrella group for Iranian-backed militias in Iraq. A second drone was intercepted, the Israeli military said. You can also see here, Israel tells its troops to prepare for a possible ground invasion in Lebanon. Israel is preparing for a possible ground operation in Lebanon. Its army chief said yesterday as Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets across the border. That was yesterday, the rockets crossed the border, and the army chief. The U.S. and France and other allies are jointly calling for an immediate 21-day ceasefire. Other signatories include the European Union, Japan, Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar. Also, yesterday, Israel said he was going to activate 2 reserve battalions, 2 reserve brigades for missions in the north, another sign that they plan tougher action. Tensions between Israel and Hezbollah have steadily escalated since war broke out 11 months ago between Israel and Hamas, another Iran-backed militant group. Hezbollah has been firing rockets, missiles, and drones into northern Israel in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza and Hamas. Israel has responded with increasingly heavy airstrikes and the targeted killing of Hezbollah commanders while threatening a wider operation. Nearly a year of fighting has already displaced tens of thousands of people on both sides of the border before the recent escalation. Israel has vowed to do whatever it takes to ensure its citizens can return to their homes in the north, while Hezbollah has said it will keep up its rocket attacks until there is a ceasefire in Gaza. Something that appears increasingly remote, says AP. Hey, thanks to Jason Carlton for your support. Thank you, Jason. And also Kimberly. Thank you so much, Kimberly, for your support. Some people said on this stream 13 minutes ago you could see something. Oh, you know what? You might be right. I thought that was like a tree or something. You are right. Hey, there was something that happened. You're right about that. You guys are right about that. I don't know what that is. That's probably an airstrike. I bet that was an airstrike because Al-Mayadeen said there was an airstrike in the Thai area around that time. I'll show you guys. It's kind of interesting. It's a good spot by our viewers. Let me show you guys. So this is, hold on. That's, you're looking at the picture from like 15 minutes ago. So look up here. You'll see a plume of smoke happen. Look, I'm not going to put the volume on, but just watch right up here. You'll see the smoke come up. This is about 15 minutes ago. Right there. There. See? See the smoke? So that looks like an airstrike in the distance. Right there. Dr. McRib says a very fast-growing tree. So there you go. So we saw that. We saw that. Good spot. Right there. Again, that was about 15 minutes ago. Okay, I'll go back to the live shot now. Oh, sorry. Hold on. David, our viewer, says, never believe rumors about a ceasefire. There is so much theater around this on both sides. Only believe it when it actually happens. Thanks to David, our viewer, for writing in. Oh, I didn't actually see this. I read the statement, but thank you, Special Investigation Media Police pointed out that it was actually on Netanyahu's social media account. All right, sorry. I missed that. It was on his Hebrew one. It wasn't on the English one. Is that what happened? That's probably what happened. Yeah. Or it's on his personal one? That's what it's on his personal account. I got it. On his personal account, he posted a statement from the Prime Minister's office, Netanyahu. So, thanks. I read you some of the statement, but I missed that it was on. It was actually posted there where I could see it. Here, I'll read it to you again. Here is what Netanyahu said about 40 minutes ago on his X account. It's been translated from Hebrew. Prime Minister's office, the news about a ceasefire is not true. This is an American-French proposal to which the Prime Minister did not even respond. The news about the supposed directive to moderate the fighting in the north is also the opposite of the truth. The Prime Minister instructed the IDF to continue fighting with full force and according to the plans presented to him. Also, the fighting in Gaza will continue until all the goals of the war are achieved. Now, that doesn't mean there won't be a ceasefire announcement in like 5 hours. Nothing about that says there will not be a ceasefire. It just says right now there's no agreement. That's what it says. Our viewer Kublini thought that was a good statement. Yeah, no, I agree. Also, Dave the Otter says possible negotiation tactic. That's nothing. If you're Israel and you think Hezbollah wants a deal, you might think, well, we should act like we're not going to make a deal yet, so they'll give us more. So I could see a world in which that's the case. By the way, the BBC says nothing suggests a ground operation is imminent. I've read a number of articles that say the same thing. I think The Economist had an article today that said, like, the troops haven't gone to the staging areas. But I've seen a lot of different articles recently that say there could be a ground invasion, but the troops are just not, things are not in place where they would need to be for it to start right away. Sarah Jelly is in the UK. One rocket alert in the last like 15 hours, guys. That's really interesting. Sorry, I'm yawning a bit. Just my body clock is all screwed up from the last few days. So we did a stream a few hours ago on the whole Eric Adams story. Ooh, I think the hurricane Yeah, the hurricane's supposed to be a major hurricane when it hits Florida on Thursday. I'm not going to get all into that now, but I just was checking the latest forecast. On like Thursday night, I believe it is. I guess today's Thursday. That would be tonight. Yeah, tonight. I've seen some reports like the last couple of hours of Israeli airstrikes, and Israel themselves says they're carrying out airstrikes. I haven't seen anything really on the feeds that I have. You know, the other thing, like the diplomatic stuff, like, you know, we've been kind of on Israel and Lebanon time, you know, because everything's happening over there. But with Netanyahu coming to the U.S., he's going to be here for a couple days. So there could be like diplomatic developments that happen like at nighttime Israel time, because they could happen in daytime like U.S. time. it's not like if Netanyahu's going to meet with U.S. government folks, it's not going to be at 4 in the morning U.S. time. Up sirens. I'm hearing some sirens. Sirens from somewhere. No? Thanks, Jason Carlton, for the gift membership. Oops. Sorry. Ard hostage thinks Bibi lands in New York straight to UN speech, then back on plane to Israel in 24 hours, perhaps? The Washington Post had an article about Israel calls up reservists telling troops to prepare for Lebanon incursion. Yesterday, Israel called up 2 reserve brigades and said they're going to the north. Also, the Israel military chief told troops yesterday, "We are preparing the process of a maneuver, which means your military boots will enter enemy territory. You will go and destroy the enemy there and decisively destroy their infrastructure." He said, adding that the operation would allow Israeli residents displaced for months by Hezbollah rocket fire to safely return home. Those remarks came as the Israeli Defense Forces announced it was mobilizing 2 reserve brigades for operations in the north, a move the military said would allow for the continuation of combat against Hezbollah, which also fired rocket missiles and drones at Israel communities. What was that, this morning? And this article is about yesterday. So anyways, they fired some stuff yesterday. Washington Post says that that Israel's move to call up more reserve brigades was one of the clearest signs the war could expand. The military did not say what kind of troops were being mobilized, but reserve brigades can be ready for action in less than 24 hours, according to Ariel Hyman, a senior researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies in Tel Aviv and former chief reserve officer for the IDF. Somebody had asked yesterday, how long does it take when the reserve troops are called up for them to get on the front? Well, this expert says it can take less than 24 hours for them to be ready. The 2 brigades mobilized yesterday, which would include several thousand soldiers, could be deployed for the operation itself in Lebanon as a backup and readiness force for such an operation, or as a force to replace other units currently stationed on the border, allowing them to go on the mission, said this expert. The problem, according to the expert Hyman, is that the Israeli government doesn't appear to have an exit plan, with previous and deadly forays into Lebanon hanging over the military. Israel invaded Lebanon in 1982 and formally occupied southern Lebanon until 2000. Hezbollah, which originated as a force to fight foreign powers in the country, took credit for Israel's withdrawal. Hyman, the expert, said, Israel cannot afford a very long war, both in terms of the resilience of Israeli society, which has already endured several blows, and in terms of military capability. The army has been stretched for a year, and also from economic pressure, he said. Hyman, again, who used to be with the IDF, said, the military and the public have an interest of ending this as quickly as possible. And it's from the Washington Post. All right, it is 5:44 a.m. my time and 12:44 a.m. Israel and Lebanon time. Does southern Lebanon have tunnels like Gaza? Hezbollah has extensive tunnels. You know, that reminds me, I have a report I can show you about the Hezbollah tunnels, which I hadn't shown you guys yet. I'll have to show you that. Did I say AM? It's 12:45 p.m. Hezbollah, Lebanon and Israel time. My brain isn't working that well right this second. Where is the report? Alma's report. Here it is. So Alma, ALMA, is a research and education center. ALMA, ALMA, they are a bipartisan organization with the mission of making in-depth geopolitical knowledge about the Middle East accessible to English speakers. They are called ALMA. And they had a report a few years ago. They've done some reporting about the Hezbollah tunnels. So I was going to show you some of that. They actually gave me permission to show it to you, which was cool. You can see it's called Hezbollah's Land of Tunnels, the North Korean-Iranian Connection, 2021 Alma Research Center. So I'm going to read you some of this. Although I found they have a, what I'm going to do also is I'm going to post the link to the report in the chat, and you can download it for yourself. So I just posted it, the link, so you can download it and read the whole thing yourself if you'd like. But I saw they had a blog post about it. So let me look at the report here. I'm not going to read this whole report on the air. It looks really interesting. But I'll just read a couple things from this report from Alma about Hezbollah's tunnels. They say, in May 2021, we were exposed to Hamas's huge network of tunnels in the Gaza Strip. So, you know, Gaza had, Hamas had all these tunnels in Gaza. A number of them have been destroyed by Israel. After the Second Lebanon War in 2006, says Alma, Hezbollah, with the help of the North Koreans and the Iranians, set up a project forming a network of inter-regional tunnels in Lebanon, a network significantly larger than the Hamas tunnel network. It is not merely a network of offensive and infrastructure local tunnels in or near villages. It's a network of tens of kilometers of regional tunnels that extend and connect the Beirut area, Hezbollah's central headquarters, and the Bekaa area in the east, Hezbollah's logistical operational rear base, to southern Lebanon, which is divided into two staging areas named by Hezbollah as the lines of defense. We call this inter-regional tunnel network, says Alma, Hezbollah's land of the tunnels. Hezbollah's model is the same as the North Korean model, says Alma. Tunnels in which hundreds of combatants, fully equipped, can pass stealthily and rapidly underground. In actuality, it's two types of tunnels we're talking about: offensive tunnels and infrastructure tunnels. They say, in our estimation, after the Second Lebanon War of 2006 with Israel, Hezbollah, with the help of North Korea and the Iranians, established the Land of the Tunnels, a project of an interregional tunnel network of enormous magnitude, they say. How about that? I'm going to post a link to that report again. You can read some about the tunnels. From Alma, A-L-M-A. Winding Road says, Land of the Tunnels, crazy. Ruth says, interesting. Pumbaa says, wow, what nice friends, North Korea and Iran. I wouldn't be surprised if Russia helped out as well. They also have an article, Alma, from 2023, which says Hezbollah's explosive terror tunnels, a significant threat and potential surprise. I'll post a link to that article, too. Alma says Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has frequently stated in recent years that Hezbollah is preparing surprises for the next confrontation with Israel. They think Hezbollah, in a forthcoming conflict with Israel, would likely use weapons, threats, and methods it never employed before. Alma thinks, they say, in our opinion, explosive-filled terror tunnels are one of the threats and surprises that might be expected in a future confrontation with Hezbollah. These tunnels are packed with explosives that run beneath a community, security facility, or geographical location where an explosion might harm the enemy. The tunnel is filled with tons of explosives and is sealed and activated at a determined moment. Using these tunnels causes significant destruction. Due to their immense force and underground location, says Alma, explosive charges in tunnels of this type, unlike bombs or missiles from the air, have the effect of an earthquake rather than a bomb and can thus destroy a community or an entire facility. The utilization of this strategy during World War I is a distinct example of this, they say. They say explosive-filled tunnels were also used in the Gaza Strip against Gaza Strip IDF forces in the early 2000s. So is this something that Hezbollah has that they've prepared that they could use in a ground invasion? I don't know. This article is from last year. I'm going to put a link in the chat. It says, Hezbollah's explosive terror tunnels, a significant threat and potential surprise. Hip Hop Head says the digging of tunnels under each other was widely used in World War I. In this article, they have something about a big explosion in World War I with tunnels. They say The Germans and the British excavated hundreds of tunnels, such tunnels beneath no man's land, and extended defensive lines, wreaking havoc on the opposing side. The Battle of the Messines Ridge, which began on June 7, 1917, with a sequence of explosions of 19 tunnels out of 26 excavated, is particularly noteworthy. Each tunnel contained a total of 21 tons of explosives. More than 400 tons of explosives exploded in total. The impact of the explosion could be heard as far away as London. As a direct result of the explosion, it is estimated that 10,000 Germans were killed or buried alive beneath the mounds of dirt, and thousands of startled German soldiers were captured. Just a point to keep, I guess a general point to keep in mind is airstrikes are one thing, but if Israel does carry out a ground operation into Hezbollah, that's a potential. You could potentially have a number of Israeli casualties. It's not clear how that would go for Israel. I've seen some analysis that suggests it could be, they could suffer a bunch of casualties. They could end up getting bogged down. Pisces says a trap. I've seen there's a school of thought out there that says that Hezbollah wants Israel to invade on the ground. I don't know. I don't know what to say about that.
Audio check. So over the past hours, there have been several.
I looked up that Battle of Messines 1917 on Wikipedia, and Wikipedia says the battle began with the detonation of 19 mines beneath the German front position, which devastated it and left large craters. Thanks to Danny James is modding. Thanks, Danny. Along with Ruth Krafasi. Thank you. Linda Belk and Larry on X. On Twitch. LB Prairie Dawn. Big Ball of Yarn. Idaho Star. Surly Dev. Kay Lowry Body is here on Facebook.
One more test, Ali. One more test. Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Kay, is this new? I didn't know we had an agenda-free TV chatbot in Facebook. That's kind of interesting. Maybe we did and I just missed it. Thanks, Eve Richards, for subscribing over there. Ronald Egnor is modding too. So there are some Israeli airstrikes going on today. There's been one rocket alert in like 15 hours. There's talk that the U.S. and some other countries like France are really pushing this ceasefire proposal for a 21-day ceasefire. Sky News came out with a story a few hours ago claiming that it was going to happen, and there was this big uproar on the right in Israel with a number of prominent people in the government of Netanyahu coming out and saying they were against a ceasefire. Netanyahu released a statement saying he hasn't agreed to anything yet. Will there, could there, in the next day or two, will there be a ceasefire agreement, a temporary one? I have no idea. As to why there's only been one rocket alert in the last 14, 15 hours, is that because of ceasefire negotiations? Is that because Hezbollah is taking a break? It's because they've been attacked a lot? I don't know. Irish Sweetness thinks they're regrouping. Awesome Metal says they told all about tunnels before the ground invasion of Gaza, and regardless, Israel did that. This is the same, and if they want, they'll do a ground invasion into Lebanon. Oh, by the way, something to keep in mind here. So, Robert Slava Ukraini sent me something from Michael Horowitz. Michael Horowitz passed on an article from Al Jadid TV that said that the media office of Lebanon's prime minister claimed he signed the ceasefire agreement. First of all, remember, the government of Lebanon is different from Hezbollah. Hezbollah is not the government of Lebanon. The government of Lebanon has elements of three different groups in Lebanon society. It's a divided government between Shia Muslims, Sunni Muslims, and Christians. Hezbollah has people in the government, but Hezbollah is a Shia Muslim political party and militant group. So the prime minister of Lebanon signing a ceasefire agreement means nothing if Hezbollah doesn't say, okay, well, we'll go along with it. He's not the one who needs to agree with it in Lebanon. Hezbollah has to agree with it. Hassan Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has to agree with it. I'm not surprised that the Lebanese prime minister doesn't want a war in Lebanon. Oh, what's this? What are they focusing on? What are they? Airstrike. Airstrike in the distance. Look, airstrike, guys. Airstrike in the distance. You can see it right there. That's entire Lebanon. Wow. There is an airstrike. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't get Michael's. I misread the story that Michael posted about and that our viewer told me about. Michael Horowitz forwarded an article that said, Media Office of Lebanon's Prime Minister denies the claim that he signed the ceasefire agreement. I thought the story said he signed it. And I was like, well, even if he signs it, the question is, does Nasrallah agree to it? But the story from Al Jadid TV is, Media Office of Lebanese Prime Minister denies the claim that he signed the ceasefire agreement.
I'll start with what has happened in the past couple of minutes. Maybe Ali can show us a bit of smoke in the background there. There were a couple of airstrikes towards that area. It's probably part of these areas that are being hit by Israel. In this area, in the Tyre region, which extends to around 270 square kilometers, there have been several airstrikes during this day. At least 5 airstrikes today. We'll add to them a couple of airstrikes that we had now. And of course, several barrage of rockets that was launched towards Acre in Israel. Now, this is the picture in general here in Tyre. Of course, the Israeli airstrikes are extending to every area in Lebanon. And that's what we saw yesterday, and that's what's been happening today. Reports from Hermel towards the northeast, reports from Nabathiyeh towards also the east, southeast, everyone is under Israeli strike, despite all what's being discussed and said about a truce. But the fact is that on the ground, in the field, things are still not changing. Though some people might tend to think that the violence or the exchange of fire or the cross of fire has decreased, but we don't see that. At least we who are currently on the ground watching and seeing. Still, the exchange is strong. Mainly the Israeli airstrikes are strong and are hitting almost everywhere.
By the way, what you're hearing is a reporter who's standing near the Reuters camera, so the camera's picking up his audio. Our viewer Dutch XRP Hunter sent me a video that Hezbollah has posted. I think they didn't post it today. This was posted before, I believe, but it's I guess August maybe. But it shows like a Hezbollah video that shows one of their tunnels where they're driving a truck through the tunnel. I can't show the video. I don't own the rights to the video, but so it's a pretty big tunnel. Thank you, Dutch XRP Hunter, for sending that in.
Am I clear?
شكرا حبيبي بأمان الله. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Crypto King, and thanks for shouting out the mods, Crypto King. Thanks also to Infinite Express. Oh my gosh. Infinite Epicness. Infinite Epicness, thanks for your support. And thanks for shouting out the moderators. There are definitely airstrikes going on. Ah. Michael Horowitz posted this statement from the Lebanese government. I'll read you that in a second. Gotta just do something real quick here. The Lebanese government says that news was circulating claiming that the president of Lebanon signed this ceasefire proposal. They say the statement is not true at all. And I am seeing in Lebanese media, Lebanese news outlets are reporting periodic airstrikes by Israel in various parts of Lebanon. So Israeli airstrikes are going on. Israel has said they're carrying out airstrikes today. There was about, I want to say about 45 rockets were fired at the north of Haifa towards Acre, Israel, and they were either shot down or landed in open areas. But that was the last red alert, the last rocket alert in 15 hours. That one couple hours ago. That's it. One in 15 hours. When does Netanyahu speak? It's a good question. I don't know exactly when. Friday. He's speaking tomorrow. Friday morning. Netanyahu, according to the Jerusalem Post, Netanyahu will speak Friday morning. He's expected to defend Israel's right to secure itself from attacks by Iranian proxy groups Hamas and Hezbollah. So the UN General Assembly, if you're wondering what that is, that's what's been going on this week. The PBS says the UN General Assembly's UNGA is the high-level week at the UN General Assembly. It's the UN's biggest annual event, where world leaders come from all 193 member countries to speak to the world and each other. It's not actually a meeting; it's a body that, but the General Assembly can convene throughout the year. But this week, the UNGA is also a name for what happens this week. Yeah, it's the general debate. I think it's called the General Debate is what it's called this week. The UN says the General Debate is the annual meeting of the heads of state and government at the beginning of the General Assembly session. It is usually the first debate of the session, and with the exception of high-level meetings, it's the only one in which the heads of state of government regularly participated. Biden spoke there, for example. Usually lasts around 6 days. There's a voluntary 15-minute time limit for speeches. This year it's from September 24th till September 30th. The UN General Debate. Jewish Pickle says 9 a.m. is when the meeting starts on UN's YouTube. Thank you so much, Alicia Alexander, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Who knows, when he's in New York, there'll be all these world leaders around, and Netanyahu's there, and maybe he'll meet with them. So, I would assume that we'd have to wait until he leaves New York to kind of figure out what's going on. I don't know that I'll be covering him speaking at the UN. If I happen to be on the air and he speaks, maybe I will. I mean, UN meeting, I don't know that Biden will be there again because Biden already spoke there. So I'm assuming he's not going to go there again, but I don't know if he'll be meeting with Netanyahu or other world leaders who might be there. That I don't know. Secretary of State Blinken expects to meet Netanyahu's top strategic advisor in New York today ahead of the Prime Minister's arrival, for whatever that's worth, says AP. Thanks so much to our new member, Brigitte. Thank you, Brigitte. I appreciate that. AP also says Netanyahu will address the UN as Israel bogged down by one war, barrels toward another. Netanyahu is set to address the General Assembly on Friday, says AP, a gifted orator. He has long viewed speeches from such venerated perches as the optimal way to deliver a message and score political points with Israelis, enthralled by his flawless English and fiery delivery. A professor at Georgetown and Tel Aviv University, Yossi Shane, said Netanyahu's speeches abroad were often meant to impress audiences at home, and this one was no different. Netanyahu is known for his showmanship at the UN and has repeatedly used the pulpit to try to make a case for his ideology and policies. At a speech in 2012, Netanyahu famously branded a placard with a cartoon bomb to illustrate what he said was Iran's race toward a nuclear weapon. In 2009, he showed up with a copy of the plans for the Nazi death camp Auschwitz-Birkenau, using it to highlight what he said was the former Iranian leader's anti-Semitic rants. Netanyahu arrives at the UN this week at a time when his own diplomatic capital and legitimacy, as well as that of the country he represents, are at a low. Critics say, aside from a moment in the spotlight, it's not clear what Netanyahu will achieve with the visit. An Israeli political commentator, Tal Schneider, told AP he is a great believer in speech making. He thinks that if he delivers a speech in English, he can convince people in the justness of his ways. Adding that demonstrated he was disconnected from reality, she says. This is interesting. The AP says some may not want to hear what Netanyahu has to say. At the UN, Netanyahu will seek to persuade a world growing increasingly exasperated by Israel's war in Gaza that its aims are righteous. He may try to galvanize the world behind an Israeli war against Hezbollah. And he is likely to lay blame for the region's chaos on Iran, a repeated focus of his speeches at home and abroad. That he is making the trip at all at a time of escalating violence with Hezbollah points to how much significance he places on the speech, but his words may fall on deaf ears. A former Israeli consul general in New York, Alon Pincus, said the Israeli leader Netanyahu actually believes his UN speeches have transformative effects on history. They do not, said Alon Pincus. His visit, says Pincus, comes as Israel is now globally perceived as being on the precipice of a condemned pariah state, with its leader seen as a rogue warmonger. Protests are expected during his visit. Netanyahu, Israel's longest-serving leader, has been a divisive figure internationally for years, says AP, with his hardline approach to the Palestinians in particular, frustrating world leaders. But his handling of the war in Gaza has further stained his global perception. Someone else that AP talked to was, hold on. Oh, an outspoken critic of Netanyahu they talked to, a former Director General of Israel's Foreign Ministry, Elan Leal, guessed that very few heads of state will agree to meet him on the sidelines of the assembly. And the visit could turn out to be a bust for him. I have no idea. But my guess is that he'll go and just talk about Hezbollah a lot and Iran. I agree with that. But I wonder if he'll say something about a ground invasion, you know? Well, he'll probably say we're prepared to do whatever it takes to allow our people to move back to the north. No Nem says, I don't see what benefit either side gains for a ceasefire. The problem won't go away. Well, if you're Hezbollah, I mean, they had those attacks on the walkie-talkies and pagers last week, for example. So maybe it gives them a little more time to establish their communications. Also, they've been, a lot of these airstrikes have been hundreds. There've been, I want to say, thousands of airstrikes in Lebanon the last few days from Israel. So perhaps it could help them, I don't know, restock, reorganize, do what they recover from that in whatever way. I mean, if you're Israel, I certainly think Israel would prefer to have Hezbollah agree to a negotiated settlement rather than having to fight a ground invasion. But I know what your point is. Rachel thinks this is the way of testing the reaction of world leaders to a ground invasion, going to the UN. It is interesting he's making the trip. I mean, there's a huge crisis going on in Israel right now. They have their military attacking Hezbollah in Lebanon, and he's making like this, 2-day trip out of the country to make a speech. But maybe meet with some people too. Thanks, Don Coe, for watching over there on X. Belinda Elisa says, I agree with Rachel. The Watchman's Post thinks everybody's going to walk out. It is interesting. I mean, Israel, a number of countries are not, around the world, are not happy with Israel's conduct of the war in Gaza. So I wonder if some people just aren't showing up for the speech. That I don't know. Inside NK posted a few minutes ago claiming that the IDF targeted a bridge linking Lebanon to Syria near the Mutariba border crossing with Syria. I'll see if I can find that report anywhere else. Oh, rocket alert. Hey, rocket alert right now. There have not been many rocket alerts, but there's one right now. There is a rocket alert. Let's see where it is on so far alerts. Upper Galilee, northeastern. I don't think I have a camera here right now. Northeastern Israel, north of the Galilee. I do not have a camera there right now. I don't think. Let me see. Hold on. No, I think I have Western. Let me check this one. Where is this one from? I have another one from Israel, but I think it's just not. I think they're both northwestern. I mean, obviously, you're not going to see the entire Lebanon, but let me get my other camera up. I think that is. Turn it down. I think that there is. Oh, that one. I don't even have that camera anymore. That there, I think, is maybe northwest Israel, not north. We'd want to be in northeast Israel. So I don't expect to see anything there. Anyways, again, rocket alerts, you can see it on the SOFAR map. South of Kiryat Shimona, north of Sea of Galilee, northeastern Israel. Safed is one of the places. They're listed on the left here. Rosh Pina. I'll post a link to this map if you're interested in the map. It's a good map. That's not the correct. Hold on. Israel, Lebanon border. If you are interested in the SOFAR Red Alert map, which and they have an app too. They have an app too, which is good. Map. I'll post a link to the map in the chat, and you can check it out yourself. I'll see if I can find you any updates about these rockets. This, I don't even think that stream has has audio on it. I don't think there's any audio on that stream. Hang on a second here. Let's see if I can find out any information on these rockets. Here again is that where the location of the rocket alert is. Northeastern Israel. North of Sea of Galilee. Irish Sweetness says, imagine the security measures in New York today. The protest will be out of hand, I believe. I'm looking here for information about the rockets. It says here, the hot news, hold on, it's published on the Israel site. I saw a report of no injuries yet. The hot news on Telegram says MDA spokesperson. MDA is the emergency medical ambulance service for the country. Civil health emergency treatment. MDA says, so far no calls have been received about rocket falls or casualties from the latest rocket alerts. There's some reporting suggesting that Israel has launched a strike at a Syrian-Lebanese border crossing. I'm seeing some reports saying that. Like MTV Lebanon News says, Israeli bombing on a border crossing between Lebanon and Syria from the Syrian side of the border. Sky News Arabia says Lebanese Minister of Transport says Israel bombing on a border crossing between Lebanon and Syria from the Syrian side of the border. All right, I'm not seeing this. I'm gonna put the other shot back on. Maybe I'll put this up at the top of the other shot. Here, let me do this. I'm gonna take this one. Take this one. Put this up here. Hold on. It'll make sense what I'm doing. And put the volume back on. And then we'll move this up. Over. I don't even know if that's the west. There was a rocket fall on Safed? I haven't seen that reported yet. N12 News says the IDF attacked infrastructure used to transfer weapons from Syrian territory to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Did the IDF actually say this in a statement? Maybe. I don't see it from them. Yes, there's a statement, new statement from the IDF. New statement from the IDF, guys. I'll show you what they said right here. Let me show you. Why am I not seeing what I should be seeing? Let's try this again. Oh, I see. There. The IDF says the IDF attacked infrastructure used to transfer weapons from Syrian territory to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Fighter jets of the Air Force recently attacked infrastructure on the Syrian-Lebanon border, which are used by the terrorist organization Hezbollah to transfer weapons from Syrian territory to Hezbollah in Lebanon. Hezbollah uses these means of warfare against the citizens of the State of Israel. The IDF is working resolutely to prevent the entry of weapons into Lebanon and the arming of Hezbollah. At this time, the IDF continues to attack with force to damage and destroy the military capabilities and infrastructure of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. Maybe Iran is sending stuff to Hezbollah through Syria. I haven't seen a report yet that Safed was hit with a rocket from the last outburst, from the last barrage. I'll let you know if I do. More rocket alerts right now. Let's see. More rocket alerts. We'll hit refresh. We'll figure out where they are. Kiryat Shimona. Unfortunately, I do not have the camera there right now. This is in northeast Israel. Kiryat Shimona and Margaliot. You know, sometimes I have access to a camera from Kiryat Shimona. That is where yesterday we saw a bunch of interceptions. Or maybe it was 2 days ago, a bunch of interceptions and a fire. But I don't have that camera right now. So I cannot show you Kiryat Shimona. But that's where the 2 rocket alerts are right now. That's from the so far red alert map. That's the old one. Hold on. There it is. Lucky says, Iran sends supplies to Hezbollah through a route that extends through Iran into Syria and then to Hezbollah. Jayco says, Hezbollah really doesn't like Kiryat Shimona. Oh, can we see anything on this other shot? Hold on. Hey, there's something on here. Look, there's something up here. I see smoke. I see smoke on this shot. Guys, look, we see airstrikes on the Israel-Lebanon border. Oops, I didn't change the headline before. We were looking at the beach is tired. Hey, on this shot of the border, there are airstrikes, it looks like. That's from the AFP shot. That is from the AFP shot there, which I don't think I have audio from that shot. No, I don't. Anyways, that is an AFP shot of the border. And for what it's worth, it looks like we saw some airstrikes there. I don't even know where on the border that is. I assume that's looking into Lebanon, though. Interesting. Our viewer, Artenis, says could be falls in open areas. The thing is, I just don't see anything else near there. That's why I'm thinking it's airstrikes. That's why I'm thinking. Anyways, the camera caught it. Now it's zooming in again. Look. Our viewer thinks it's the northern side of the border. Oh, the Israeli government spokesperson is supposed to give a press briefing shortly. I have that one. He gives them once in a while. The English-speaking spokesperson. Any updates on the hurricane? All I'll say is it's supposed to be a significant hurricane, and it's supposed to move into Florida tonight. Otherwise, maybe we'll do a stream on it later, but I'm not gonna do much hurricane coverage on this broadcast. But maybe we'll cover it later. I don't know yet. I'll have to see how things go. I mean, it's a very serious storm. I don't like kind of covering one thing and then all of a sudden we just start talking about this other thing. But maybe we'll do coverage later. Anyway, so we saw some airstrikes, it looks like. What are the outlets saying they're considering a ceasefire? Like every major world news outlet is reporting that a ceasefire has been proposed. Considering doesn't mean they're going to agree to it. Here's one. Associated Press. U.S. and allies call for immediate 21-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu himself said he hasn't agreed to it, but he's aware of it. Neither Netanyahu nor Hassan Nasrallah, as far as I'm aware, has said it's definitely not going to happen. They have not said that. Oh, what's happening over here? What's happening over here? Is there an airstrike over here? On this stream? Airstrike here, maybe? No? What's there? What's going on there? Why is he focusing over there? What's happening? That's entire Lebanon. Would you prefer I do this with the headline? I mean, I really don't think it's a big deal to say the ceasefire is being considered. I think it's pretty clear that the ceasefire is being considered. I don't find that problematic at all. That is misspelled. Let me just fix the headline right here, because otherwise it gets all messed up. A Joint says, no ceasefire is going to happen in IMO, but what do I know? There's smoke in the background? I don't see any. Am I just missing it? We talked about this a little earlier. Israeli foreign minister rejects ceasefire, Lebanon ceasefire proposal. Israeli foreign minister Israel Katz on Thursday rejected proposals for a ceasefire with Hezbollah after the U.S. and France called for a 21-day halt for fighting that has killed hundreds in Lebanon and raised fears of a ground invasion. He said there will be no ceasefire in the north. Now, that's what he said. We'll see what Netanyahu has to say. Netanyahu hasn't said there definitely won't be one. But Israel Katz, the foreign minister, said there will be no ceasefire in the north. We will continue to fight against Hezbollah terrorist organization with all our strength until victory and the safe return of the residents of the north to their homes. The comments, Reuters claims, dashed hopes for a swift, peaceful settlement after the Prime Minister Najib Mikati had expressed hope that a ceasefire could be reached soon in Lebanon. Najib Mikati is the Prime Minister of Lebanon. The Israeli Prime Minister said, Netanyahu, who is heading to New York to address the UN, said he has not yet given his response to the truce proposal, but had instructed the army to fight on. Hardliners in his government said Israel should reject any truce and keep hitting Hezbollah. Turkey is making preparations for possible evacuation of its citizens and foreign nationals from Lebanon, said a Turkish Defense Ministry source on Thursday. Netanyahu repeated pledges to ensure that tens of thousands of Israelis evacuated from the northern border areas can return home. The finance minister of Israel, Bezalel Smotrich, who heads one of the two nationalist religious factions in Israel's governing coalition, said Hezbollah should be crushed and that only its surrender would make it possible for the evacuees to return. Lebanon's leader welcomed the call for a truce. That's different from Hezbollah's leader. Lebanon's leader welcomed the call for a truce, but said the key to its implementation was whether Israel, which has been moving troops closer to Lebanon, is committed to enforcing international resolutions. Hezbollah is widely seen as the country's most powerful political force, in addition to having the most powerful military force in the country. Israel has made a priority of securing its northern border and allowing the return there of some 70,000 residents displaced by the near-daily exchanges of fire between Israel and Hezbollah, which Hezbollah initiated a year ago in solidarity with the Palestinian group Hamas in Gaza. Reuters claims around 500,000 Lebanese have fled their homes. Is it that many? I mean, that would be about a tenth of the population. Oh, I'm seeing some. Hold on a second. Is there something else? I'm seeing a little smoke on the other shot. What are we looking at? Something else? Anything? Check this out for a second. Oops. That is the Israel-Lebanon border, and that looks like another airstrike there. That's the Israel-Lebanon border. I assume that's the Lebanon side. Infinite Epicness says, I think the camera guy in Tyre is just randomly zooming in on things. By the way, that volume is not from this camera. Turn off the volume for a second. I kind of feel like with Netanyahu traveling to New York for a couple days, maybe things will kind of slow down a little bit until he leaves there. I don't know. I don't know if anything if Israel itself is going to undertake anything huge with Netanyahu out of the country. Excessive Force says you got the defense commanders to keep it going in Bibi's absence. Netanyahu did not say no ceasefire. People are misreading his statement. He said he has not agreed to a ceasefire at the moment. He didn't say there will not be a ceasefire. It's important to make that distinction. He said the news about a ceasefire is not true. That doesn't mean he couldn't agree to one in the future. It just means that the story that came out saying it had been agreed to is not true. Hold on a second. What's here? What's going on here? Airstrike right there. Airstrike entire Lebanon. Airstrike entire Lebanon right there. Wow. Pretty close. Pretty close.
تشيك عليه
1 2 3 4
طلع بالكاميرا بليز ليك ما تبعد عن الضوء كثير عليه سيء خليه حد الضوء
As you've been saying, there's a new airstrike just to
اوكي حبيبي
2 meters from where I can see it. You can see the plume of smoke.
اوكي
Other
بس نحط
areas.
التليفون واعرف اشتغل
Yes, please do.
يلا
We have 4 minutes. In 4 minutes with the boxes.
اوكي طيران
Hearing a siren.
Yes, hi, good morning. I can hear you very well.
بيعملوا هذا
A tornado watch for a bunch of southern Florida, by the way, until 8 p.m. Hearing sirens after that airstrike. See, there's an ambulance probably heading to the airstrike right there. They just look at that. Look at all the trucks heading. Look at all those emergency vehicles, ambulance, and other vehicles heading towards the site. That they're heading there because of the airstrike, I think. Wow. A bunch of those vehicles.
إصابات كثير اوقات ما بتعرف شو ضاربين
يعني عادة كلهم بيروحوا.
ايه وحده دعم كمان بعدين اذا في حالات طارئه وحده بتروح بتسلي الثاني بتضلها هناك
Hey, that's where it's not that far from the McDonald's. We saw some airstrikes there yesterday. Right? There's that McDonald's again.
تبعهم غاره
Hi. Okay.
More sirens. Rule says that must be a hotspot.
Yes. Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me? No. Just a second. What one is it?
Thank you to Stormtroopers for being a member. Stormtroopers. Real quick, here's the info on that tornado watch for Florida. Several tornadoes likely. Tornado watch until till 8 p.m. Eastern time. Uh-oh, what's this? What's going on now? Another airstrike, another airstrike, another airstrike. Look at this. Wow, guys. Another one. Whoa. Another one in entire Lebanon. Wow. We have just seen a couple of them. That's not that far from the beach. It's like a fairly populated area there. Oh, there's fire. Look at the explosion. Another one. We just saw a big explosion. Another one. Either that might have been a secondary explosion. Huge explosion. Huge explosion right there. Maybe that's a secondary. Is that maybe where weapons were stored? Wow, that was enormous. That was a huge explosion. Whoa. Edward James thinks it was a secondary. Maybe, you know, Israel's hitting where weapons are stored, but you saw the white cloud, and then maybe like 2 minutes later, that huge, the fireball and the big explosion. Whoa. Whoa, that was intense. Chayo thinks that was a secondary explosion. Excessive force says they're hitting the caches they have to be. Israel has been going after places where weapons are stored, but that really looked like...
Just here, close to us. Yeah, hold on. This is on this side, and one in our background. So we're talking about several airstrikes at the same time here.
Yeah, I think it was a secondary.
One just on the entrance of the city. I can see it. Our camera probably can, if you can move it, please. It's here.
It could have been two different airstrikes. I don't know, but
So anyway,
kind of seems like...
So one is on the entrance of the city, and this is the closest to the city since the beginning of the war. And there's another one, the one that you can see in the background. This is around a few kilometers from the city. So this adds to the number of strikes that took place during this day. And it shows the amount of pressure the Israelis are trying to exert. Whether on
There's a reporter standing near the camera.
Internal front. You know, the city of Tyre is a place where many people in the villages and the towns surrounding Tyre are taking refuge in because they feel it's safer. Now, the strike on the entrance of Tyre, this is kind of
he says
more threat to people, rather people feel less
he says
secure.
this strike was like near the entrance to the city.
More towards Beirut and other cities. Now, the one probably the strike you are seeing in the background is quite huge. Probably maybe the biggest today since the beginning of this day. Of course, over the past few days there were some massive strikes, but this seems to be the biggest for this. It's just part of what's been happening across the country, from here in the south, stretch from Nakura to Tyre, and then towards the depth to the Bekaa. There have been many strikes over the past 24 hours.
So he said that he thought one of these was like near the entrance of the city. This is a big smoke cloud. It's persisting. Again, we saw there was one explosion. I'm going to actually, I'll replay that for you when I have a second. I'll actually replay it for you. But we saw the initial airstrike, and then kind of looked to me that like it was in the same place in another explosion, which maybe could be a second airstrike, but also could be a secondary explosion.
Mainly in the Bekaa and which is mainly known as the Bekaa Valley. So, and this connection, the geographical connection between Lebanon and Syria, is, in a way or another, crucial for Hezbollah. It's crucial also for the internal displaced, for the refugees to cross towards a safer area in Syria. We've been seeing an influx in people going towards the Syrian borders, leaving towards Syria, thinking that it's maybe safer. So this could be on one side trying to prevent people, adding the pressure on the internal front. And
more emergency vehicles you're hearing.
More pressure on Hezbollah, and it could be also with the strategic goals to probably hit connections between Hezbollah on both sides of the border, especially that you know that Hezbollah is present in Syria, Hezbollah is present in Lebanon. I can hear right now the sirens of ambulances heading towards the target that was hit here in Tyre, in the city, in the entrance of Tyre. As I've been telling you, this is the first time there is such close encounter, such a close strike on the entrance of the city of Tyre.
So again, that reporter who's like standing near the camera, he says this is the first time there's been a strike so close to the entrance of the city.
Yesterday the civil defense forces received here in the city, received a warning from the Israeli army. They were being called by the Israeli army and asked to evacuate their own center in the town. And when they were told that we are an official body, we report to the Lebanese government, they were told you have to leave or you are responsible for whatever is going to happen to you. I don't know if this is related to yesterday's warning, but we are seeing, of course, a strike on the entrance of Tyre. This is what I want to say.
When I get a second, I'm going to show you the replay of what happened with that second explosion. That second explosion was enormous. Hold on, is something else going on? He's moving the camera or not? So look, watch this, watch this. This is moments ago. This is the replay. I'm going to play the replay for you. Watch the fireball and the second explosion, right, coming up right now. Boom! Whoa, look at that. Again, I don't know if that was a second strike or just a secondary explosion. But that was the second one. Let's watch that again. Wow. Just seconds before the boom, there was stuff flying out. Hold on, watch this. Yeah, it looks like maybe some stuff did come out. Yes, you can see stuff going in the air before the second explosion. Watch, stuff goes in the air right there. Some stuff comes out. Some stuff pops up, and then there's an explosion. You're right about that. You could. You see a few things come up, and then boom. All right, hold on a second here. Let's just get back to, that's what the current situation is. That's live right there. But that was pretty big. Simwark thinks that was a secondary explosion. You know what's scary is after the first explosion, which we just saw, what happened with the first one, we didn't really see a big explosion. The camera panned over and it had kind of just happened. But we saw all those vehicles. Those secondary explosions, if that's what it is, it's scary because we saw before, after the first explosion, after the airstrike initially, all these, emergency vehicles went over there, and you hope that the emergency people weren't too close when the secondary explosion went on. But that was pretty crazy. I'll show it to you one more time. Let's do the replay one more time. So if we go back here, oops, sorry, I was showing the tornado watch, but see that the initial thing was that was the initial explosion was this. That was the initial one right there. That was the initial one right there. That's when it started. Oh, hold on a second. I'm hearing some bangs. I don't know if we're hearing secondary explosions or something else is banging, but I am hearing some bangs on this stream. I was wondering, are we maybe hearing some more things exploding over there? That's the live shot right there. See, we're hearing these booms. We're hearing booms. Could we be hearing stuff going off over there? Ballistics says maybe it was an ammo depot. Listen. See? I don't know what that noise is. Wow. In a second, I'll go back and show the replay again. But that looks like, I mean, it seems like they did an airstrike, Israel, on something with maybe a bunch of weapons there. Brian Beelman says it could be random cooking off of stuff. Thank you, Russell Bach, for your support. Thank you, Russell. I appreciate that. Wow. Wow. But the second explosion was like one of the bigger explosions I've seen the last few days. I mean, there's been big ones, but normally you're not as close as this. Wow. Thanks so much, Debbie James, for your support. Thank you, Debbie. Also, thank you, Snolly007, for subscribing on Twitch. What now? Is he just reframing the camera? Wow. Again, are we hearing things exploding from over there? We're hearing these booms, these loud booms. I am seeing reports of other strikes. Oh, hey guys, Al Mayadeen, a Lebanese news outlet, said Lebanese Ministry of Health, 3 dead and 17 wounded as a result of Israeli airstrikes in the towns of, oh sorry, that's different, of a different town, sorry. Anyways, I thought that was about Tyre, but there are reports of other airstrikes going on in the last few minutes in Lebanon as well. There's been a bunch during the day today. Oh, so Al Jadid News Lebanon said 9 minutes ago, and I bet they're talking about this, an Israeli airstrike targeted the Al Masakin neighborhood in Tyre, close to the location of the Al Jadid TV team. So that sounds like this one right here. The Al Masakin neighborhood in Tyre, close to the TV team. So this is looking away from the beach. This is looking away from the beach. Wow. Also, you know, with a number of these airstrikes, the airstrike happens and you see the smoke, and the smoke kind of blows away. Something is still on fire there. Something is still burning, because this smoke is not going away. It's just this continual column of smoke. Why don't I rebroadcast in 1080p? I do rebroadcast in 1080p. Make sure you're watching it at 1080p. You may have to adjust your settings, but the broadcast is in 1080p. More vehicles going there. I think we're still hearing stuff explode there. Wow. Yeah, I don't know what the camera itself is broadcasting it. Hey, that smoke is still coming up there. We are hearing a lot of emergency vehicles. Janet Burnett, that is so nice of you, Janet. Thank you. So generous. Janet, thanks for all your support. Janet Burnett, I really appreciate it, Janet. Thank you. So nice of Janet. I like the, thanks for the sticker as well. I mean, listen to this. We are hearing a major emergency vehicle response. All right, let me show you again what happened, guys, with this. So this is moments ago. Oops, sorry. A few minutes ago, here's what happened. What am I doing? Why is things happening? Oh, I know what's happening. Okay, this is a few minutes ago. This is what happens in Tyre, Lebanon. So that's the initial strike right there. That's the initial strike. That's the initial airstrike. You see the smoke coming up, right, in the initial airstrike. White smoke coming up. So that went on for a couple minutes. Smoke is coming out. You can see it coming out there. That was the initial airstrike. And then this happened, probably a minute or so. And then watch now what happens. Watch this. Boom. So you can make that a little bigger for you. And you could actually see stuff fly out, it looked like, as some of our viewers pointed out. Like Russell Bach and others pointed out. Right before that big explosion. Oh, hold on a second. Sorry. This is not what I want to be doing. right before the big explosion, you could see some stuff flying out. So watch, keep your eye on it right there. You see some stuff come up, and then, boom. Wow. Space Monkey says that's ammo going off. It does look like it might have been a secondary explosion with ammo there. Something after the initial hit went up. Blue Star, I think we saw 3 rockets. I mean, it could have been a second strike, though. I don't know. But that was really a big explosion. I'm going to go back one more time. And I think we're still hearing stuff exploding. This is a replay. Yeah, you see some stuff fly out of there and boom. Huge, huge, enormous explosion. Enormous. Wow. That was about 10 minutes ago, maybe. We are still hearing these loud the audio you're hearing is not the audio for the replay. You're hearing the live audio. I'm playing this replay for you, but this replay is silent. So those booms you're hearing are live booms. And I don't know for sure, but my guess is that those booms are coming from the current scene. And stuff is still exploding there. So let me go back to the live shot now. And you can see smoke is still coming up, but we're still hearing those booms. Wow. Chris DeJong thinks the second one was exploding ammo. And yeah, I mean, we've watched other explosions from Tyre. Most of them aren't that close, but some of them are pretty close. But I've never seen one where you keep hearing these booms after. And in several days of watching this camera, I've never heard those booms. Wow. Toastmaster says ammunition storage. Man, we're still hearing it. We're still hearing booms. Kind of want them to zoom in again. Ruth Krafasi says still going off. Thanks so much to Shane for your support. I really appreciate that, Shane. Thank you. Also, thanks to all of our moderators. Ruth Krafasi is moderating. Thank you, Ruth. And also, we have moderating right now. Give me a moment. Big Ball of Yarn, I got that fire in Surly Dev on Twitch. Also, thanks Seattle Aaron for subscribing on Twitch. We also have on Facebook Kay Lowry Body. Thank you, Kay, for moderating over there. Ronald Egnor as well. I appreciate it. Thanks to Missy Karate for subscribing on Facebook. And also Ronald and Kay, thank you. Also Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thanks to Debbie James for the gift memberships. I appreciate that, Debbie. Thank you. I do think we are still hearing stuff explode over there. Look, we're still. It sounds like stuff is still exploding over there. Oh, Sabrina is modding too? Thanks, Sabrina. I see Sabrina now. Thank you. Unbelievable. Still hearing booms. Sorry, I know it's really windy there. You know, if you missed it a few hours ago, Sky News came out with a story and they claimed that, oh, there's going to be a ceasefire and 21-day ceasefire and it's going to be going into effect in a few hours, and nobody else was reporting it. And then a bunch of Israeli politicians on the right came out, including some very prominent ones, leaders of right-wing parties in Netanyahu's coalition, and said, we don't want that. Foreign minister came out and said we don't want it. Netanyahu came out and said I haven't agreed to anything. So as of right now, no ceasefire. There could be some kind of deal. Another thing I've seen some people talk about is the idea that, well, maybe you could have a ceasefire of a few days, not 21 days, but a few days. I don't know if that's going to happen. But there's no ceasefire right now, obviously. You can tell. There have been airstrikes going on. You know, there's been certainly a slowdown in rocket fire. Last 16, 17 hours, there's probably been 2 or 3 rocket barrages, less than there has been from Hezbollah. But the airstrikes are still going from Israel. We're watching the scene of one, which looks like which we saw one airstrike, and then a minute later or so, a huge blast, which looked like maybe a secondary explosion at the site of the airstrike. So. I'll show you a replay of that in a second. Here's a replay of that explosion. You can see the smoke still rising over there. So here, this is I was just showing this. This is a replay. So this is a replay from earlier. That's when the airstrike first happened. Right there. That's when the initial airstrike happened. So the camera panned over there. We were watching it. After about a minute, you'll see what looks like a secondary explosion. Again, that is moments ago. That's not live right there. I'll actually put it on the screen. A short while ago. Now watch this. Watch where the smoke's coming out. You'll see it in a second, a big explosion. You'll see some stuff fly out, and then stuff flies out, and then boom, huge explosion. Then a huge dark column of smoke. Let me play that again. Oops. A few minutes ago. There's the stuff flying out. Wow. Enoch thinks it was a Hezbollah stockpile going up. Winding Road says huge. Okay, so that's the replay, and now let's go to the live. That's live. You can still see a bunch of smoke. I can't see over there, obviously. There's still clearly smoke coming out there. A lot of emergency vehicles went over there. I don't know what the scene is like over there. Oh, this is live now. I don't need the moments ago anymore. That's live. Thank you so much, Amplicity, who talks about, he said, I read along the article along the lines Israel was planning to launch a strategic ground assault. I wonder if that's what we're hearing. No, there's no ground assault yet. Thank you, by the way, Amplicity. There's no ground assault yet. There's no ground invasion yet. That's something that Israel could do, but it hasn't started yet. And I've also seen numerous reports that they just don't have the forces assembled and staged yet to carry out a ground assault. So that is not happening. There's no ground forces. Also, this isn't even near the border. I mean, this is 10 miles from the border. But no, that is not happening yet. But could happen in the future. Remember, Israel's goal is to get Hezbollah to stop attacking northern Israel and clear Hezbollah from the border area, so that to back them up from the border area so that Israeli citizens, about 70,000 of them, can move back to the northern border. They moved away because of the Hezbollah attacks starting last October. So Israel says they're going to, one way or another, they're going to make northern Israel safe for their citizens, and they're going to move Hezbollah back from the border. How are they going to do that? Well, will they do a ground invasion? We'll see. I think they'd prefer if Hezbollah just agrees to stop attacking them, but I don't know if that's going to happen. Would a ground assault start when Netanyahu's in the U.S.? No, it's not going to start right away. They are. I have seen report after report after report that says they do not have the troops set up yet. They do not have everything staged. So it's not going to happen today. It's not going to happen tomorrow. I think you'll know. I think it'll be clear when it's going to happen, if it's going to happen. There'll be a lot more troops set up and staged. I think you'll have a good idea of when it's going to happen. Hamba says just soften the landscape. Another thing I've read a bunch is that something Israel would be expected to do before a ground assault, which they have not done, is target infrastructure in Lebanon, and that's something they have not done. In 2000, what was it? Was it the 2006 war when they went in? One of the first thing they did is they bombed the airport. So flights couldn't come in with, say, supplies on it, but they have not, attacked infrastructure like they would be expected to before a ground invasion. Maybe they would attack bridges or whatever, but there's stuff they would attack that they have not attacked yet. Guys, there is a story from the New York Times I just heard about. Breaking news, federal agents searched the residence of Mayor Eric Adams of New York today, I guess. Today. It looks like. Is it today? Federal agents searched the official residence of Mayor Eric Adams on Thursday morning. That's from the New York Times. A viewer messaged me about that. Thank you. Federal agents searched the official residence of Mayor Eric Adams on Thursday morning, hours before prosecutors were expected to announce the details of a federal indictment against him. That is from the New York Times. About 6 a.m., nearly a dozen men and women dressed in business attire arrived at SUVs outside the entrance. Thanks to the viewer who messaged me about that. That just got reported by the New York Times. Thanks, Nicola, for letting me know. David says they just targeted border crossings into Syria. I think that is infrastructure and an escalation. So first of all, we talked about that a little earlier, that Israel said they targeted some border crossing stuff. But that is not the type of things that, whether or not it's an escalation, I don't know. But from the articles I have read, that's not the type of stuff we're talking about that would need to be targeted before an actual ground invasion. But yes, we did mention that earlier, thank you, David, that Israel said that they targeted some border crossing sites. The IDF came out with an announcement about that. They said, They struck infrastructure along the Syria-Lebanon border used by Hezbollah to transfer weapons from Syria to Hezbollah in Lebanon. So they did say they did that. So I agree that that's one thing that they might be expected to do before a ground invasion. But there's, again, a bunch of other stuff they would be expected to do. There is no reporting that a ground invasion is imminent right now. None. I think there might have been another IDF statement here. Yes. All right, I'm not going to worry about that. Yeah, I mean, there's a new IDF statement where they have a commanding officer of the Home Front Command. Part of what he says is we have set a very, very clear goal. We want to change the security reality in the north fundamentally so that we can bring the residents back home with security, with a sense of security, and truly change the security situation. This week we are in a very significant offensive effort with strikes that are taking away a lot of Hezbollah's capabilities and resources. So again, they've said it again and again. They want to bring people back, the Israelis back to the north who have been forced to move away because of the Hezbollah attacks. I have some other cameras, but I'm not seeing anything on any of those cameras right now, by the way. I'll throw one of them up, though. I can throw this one up. Yeah, this one I will post, but hold on. This is the Israel-Lebanon border, west. Yeah, so like The Economist said in an article, I think it was yesterday. Yes, The Economist wrote yesterday, Israeli officials have drawn up plans for a ground invasion and troops have started training for it, but the army has not deployed them to staging areas, nor has the Air Force started bombing vital infrastructure in Lebanon. The airport was one of Israel's first targets in 2006. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says the IDF had updates about a couple of rocket alerts that happened like an hour ago or so, hour and 20 minutes ago. They said one rocket was fired at the Upper Galilee at 1:25 p.m. That was intercepted by air defenses. Then 10 minutes later, 10 more rockets were fired at Kiryat Shimona, several of which were intercepted, and others that struck open areas. No reports of injuries in those rocket attacks. From about an hour and a half ago. I just heard another boom. I think there might be things still exploding from that original airstrike. Oh, Axios is saying that Blinken's going to meet with Netanyahu today. Let me see if I can find this here. Where is that? That's what Al Jazeera said. Oh, I lost that feed there. So let me turn that one off. Yes. So according to Axios, Secretary of State Blinken will meet with Netanyahu today, and Biden's advisors Amos Hochstein and Brett McGurk will also meet with Prime Minister Netanyahu today. He's been traveling to New York for his UN speech tomorrow.
وين شعلت عملت على الفحم؟ وين؟ المطبخ؟
Hang on one second here.
طول صح؟
راح يعمل لايف. يعمل لايف. يعمل لايف الآن.
Thank you to Multi-Corker for your support. I really appreciate it, Multi-Corker. Thank you. And thanks for shouting out our moderators. It is 2:53 local time.
عم بعمل له ريستارت ثواني وبعمل كونكت.
We were looking at a large explosion after an airstrike in Tyre. That smoke seems to have settled down a bit. AP says Netanyahu appears to downplay hopes for a ceasefire as deadly strikes continue in Lebanon. In a statement today, Netanyahu said there was only a proposal on the table for a ceasefire, and he had not yet responded to it. Hezbollah has also not responded to the ceasefire proposal, under which there would be a 21-day ceasefire.
Check.
So, since this morning, there have been more than 20 airstrikes around the entire district. For now, there are no reports except of 3 casualties in Ghana, Tabriz, and some of the areas. Was also
يلا يلا احنا وضعنا تمام سمع البروجرام عليه؟ Yes, he can hear the program. Oh, good. Okay, thank you.
yes,
I'm just checking some different sources here. So Al Jadid says this was in the Al Masakin neighborhood. Let me show you where this airstrike, the airstrike we've been looking at, I want to show you on the map where this is. So the beach area where this camera is around here. It's Sur Beach. This is the area where the camera is looking at here. Where the camera is located, somewhere on this beach here. And Al Masakin is up here. See, it says Al Masakin up there. So that is where the strike was, in this neighborhood where it says Al Masakin. You can see that that's away from the beach, looking towards, inland. We're talking about Tyre, Lebanon. Tyre is on the coast, and it's about 10 miles north of the border with Israel, Tyre, Lebanon. But that is where, somewhere there is where that airstrike was. Looks like there's a lot of houses and buildings there, you know, and I don't know, maybe apartment buildings, I'm not sure, but I can't do Google Maps there, but that's where it was. It's like it's about a mile inland or something. It's not that far, if even. Some people mentioned Google Earth. I believe Google Earth, when I checked, for copyright reasons, you're not allowed to use it. I can only use what I'm allowed to use. So my understanding of Google Earth is that I don't have the rights to use it. So I appreciate the suggestion, but yes. It's just the Google Earth's terms are different from Google Maps terms. Oh, by the way, I just want to real quick check something. Hold on. Here. So there's Tyre there. There. So again, the camera is I think on this beach. Yeah, I don't make their rules, so you know, maybe it's just because their information, they're getting it from different places, or who knows. But I have to follow the rules when I do this stuff. So it's very clear. If you read their terms of service on Google Earth, it is very clear. It's not some complex thing that you have to figure out. So I do what I show stuff when I have the rights to show it. And if I don't have the rights to show it, I can't show it. No, their terms of service are different for the two views. It's different terms of service. I saw an article from Washington Post today. Biden administration divided over Israel's escalation against Hezbollah. That was from yesterday, actually. It says the Biden administration is divided over Israel's military escalation against Hezbollah, with some senior officials viewing it as a reckless bombardment likely to produce more deadly cycles of violence, and others seeing it as a potentially effective means of degrading the Lebanese militant group and forcing it to back down. One senior U.S. State Department official, speaking to reporters this week, took a dim view of the approach of intensifying military pressure on Hezbollah until it backs down, a controversial strategy some are calling escalate to de-escalate. He said, I can't recall, at least in recent memory, a period in which an escalation or intensification led to a fundamental de-escalation and led to a profound stabilization of the situation, he said. Other administration officials are cautiously supportive of the strategy to de-escalate by putting pressure on Hezbollah, said Matthew Levitt, an expert on Hezbollah.
Maybe can show us that whatever has remained. Now, there was another huge airstrike at the entrance of the city of Tyre. That's the closest to the city. For now,
It's interesting, this article also says, officials said the U.S. would bolster Israel's air defense capabilities in the event of an overwhelming attack on Israeli territory. They emphasized that under no foreseeable circumstances would the U.S. aid Israel's offensive or fire into Lebanon or any other country, including Iran. So officials told the Washington Post the U.S. will not aid Israel's if they, invade Lebanon. The U.S. policy of military support to Israel is not a blank check, a senior defense official said. As we've said to them, the defense official said, you cannot open a new front, and there are no consequences. And that's not, in fact, the fastest way to return your citizens to the northern border.
so things are getting really fierce. Hezbollah claimed responsibility for attacking on two levels. The first hitting the north of Haifa with tens of rockets, dozens of rockets, and hitting Kiryat Shmona, which is on the border. And this is significant here, whereas Hezbollah is still operating from the border, directly from the border. And that's what we've seen yesterday when they announced that they've attacked one of the military bases just on the border. So that is the kind of a message.
I've read a couple of interesting points the last couple of days, a couple of articles talking about how Hezbollah, which is an Iranian proxy group, they are really strongly supported and funded by Iran. A big purpose of Hezbollah is to deter Israel from going after Iran's nuclear program. The idea would be is if Israel goes after Iran's nuclear program, then they could expect a huge attack from Hezbollah. So this Washington Post article says, Iran does not want to see Hezbollah engulfed in a major war with Israel, said Middle East experts. A substantial amount of Hezbollah's missiles, rockets, and other weapons is provided by Iran, in no small part as a deterrent against Israeli assaults on the Iranian nuclear program. One expert told the Washington Post, it's clear that Iran wants as much of the powder kept dry as possible.
Well, for now, it's clear that both sides, now, given the fact that we are in Lebanon, we can discuss this issue from the Lebanese point of view. The Lebanese are saying that they're open to all kinds of discussions, but at the end, it's not the decision of the Lebanese government, because Hezbollah is going to give the final thing. There is a hit These are several airstrikes.
What happened? More airstrikes, more airstrikes. Look, guys, wow, look at that. Whoa. Is that multiple airstrikes? Look at that. Whoa, 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 look at that. Wow. Looks like multiple airstrikes, no? Or is that just, I'm seeing multiple columns. Or a cluster munition? I don't know. I mean, it really does look like that's multiple airstrikes. Wow. That doesn't look like a cloud that's blown over. That looks like everything's coming up. Whoa. Wow.
Escalation in the number of attacks.
I have not seen many things like that. Wow. Wiznall says that's massive. By cluster, I'm just saying something like multiple explosions at once. I don't know what the terminology is. That to me looks like more than one strike. Oh, and then There's something over on the left, too. There's something on the left, a strike on the left as well. A new column of smoke on the left.
Overlooking the city, that they are part of the district. So
Wow.
these are villages. Many people in these villages.
So you have that column on the left as well, which looks like maybe a new explosion on the left, and just looked like a line of explosions on the right.
And these attacks, of course, are hitting
Wow.
mainly areas that have some residential quarters or neighborhoods, and you can see that clearly in the toll of people killed on daily basis.
Unless, you know, something from the main hit flew off and exploded somewhere else. But that really did look like you had... I mean, look at the size of this. Look at the buildings. Look at the buildings in front of it. Look at the buildings. And look at the size of this. Unbelievable. And there was a bunch of columns coming up, it looked like. That looks enormous. Unbelievable. Mr. Bigley says that's the biggest yet. That is enormous. Ready, Set, Mike thinks it's a lot of hidden munitions going up in smoke. Yep, we're hearing sirens. There has been a bunch of strikes in Tyre the last couple hours. Wow. But I don't remember seeing one from Tyre where it wasn't just kind of one column going up. It was like a line of smoke going up.
Other provinces such as Nabatieh, such as Liqa. So, I mean, indications of
Holy says they are not stopping.
In media than here in the field.
Hang on a second here. So it looked like a major airstrike there in Tyre. Huge. Dimmy says that is the biggest one so far. That is huge. Today. And this is like the fourth day of these airstrikes. But man, that looked enormous. Again, and you just get the scale of that explosion because you see the buildings. Those are multi-story buildings in front of it, just dwarfed by the smoke. I think the reporter who's talking probably was doing a live shot, or an interview. That's probably why he just kept talking. My guess is he was live. I think they go to him every once in a while. Oh, they're adjusting. The IDF also the IDF released a statement on simulating maneuvers in Lebanon, which seems to be a statement to kind of like, I don't know, maybe put pressure on Hezbollah and say we're going to invade. So they said this morning an exercise of the 7th Brigade led by the Ground Forces Training Center concluded. The exercise took place a few kilometers from the Lebanese border and trained the troops in maneuvering and combat in thicketed mountainous terrain. During the exercise, the troops enhanced their operational and logistical readiness for various combat scenarios in enemy territory on the northern front. So, I mean, that kind of sounds to me like you're throwing that out there so Hezbollah sees it. To me. Hold on a second here.
ضربين ضاحية سمعت علي؟ ضربين بيروت لا ضاحية
In Beirut? Hold on. When was that? Oh, maybe something in Beirut? I can't tell. Is there something in Beirut right now? It's a little confusing to me. There might have been a strike in the Beirut area. Thanks to... Mark said, looks like a new strike in Beirut right now. Guys, there might have been something in Beirut. I didn't even have the camera on. Let me go there and throw that up for you. I got to make it bigger here, though. So I got to go back a couple minutes. I think maybe right back here. I think a couple minutes ago there might have been... I'm going to get the clip of it. Marks had posted that. Yes, it looks like there was a new strike. Now, like the smoke is gone, but I'm going to go get you a clip of it now. So yeah, Marks posted about it. Elint News, our viewer messaged me about it. Sorry, I didn't see it when it happened. Our viewer Nos Nekista messaged me. So this is Beirut. Hold on. And let me just go and get you guys the footage so we can watch it. You know, you don't see much right now, but let me go. I'm going to go get you. I'm going to get you the clip from a few minutes ago and show you what it looked like. Oh, did the IDF say something? Yes, the IDF is carrying out precise strikes in Beirut. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. New IDF statement. Thanks for the heads up, chat. The IDF says they are carrying out precise strikes in Beirut. The IDF says they are carrying out precise strikes in Beirut. That is a live shot of Beirut that you are looking at. You are looking at Beirut right now. And I'm going to get you a video of what just happened. Another targeted strike, maybe? So the IDF confirms that they have targeted Beirut. Is there more there? Hold on. Hold on. Oh, another airstrike. Hold on, entire, another airstrike, entire. Look, that's entire. That's Tyre right now. Another big airstrike in Tyre. Whoa. Wow. New strike in Tyre. We've seen some big strikes there. Hold on, sorry. Hang on. Now I'm off the screen. Sorry. I gotta fix this thing. I'm trying to get rid of that breaking news thing. Sorry. Once in a while it messes up. Okay, there you go. I'll take you back to Beirut in a second, but that's going on now. Wow. It looks like this similar to where it was before. All right, I got to show you the Beirut. So the IDF says it is targeting Beirut, and we have new strikes in Tyre, Lebanon, which you just see an enormous one, enormous strike right there. And then let me just show you what Beirut looks like too. There's Beirut. Not seeing anything on that camera at the moment, but it looks like Israel has carried out a targeted strike in Beirut, and I don't know who they've targeted there. So in the past, they have targeted, the last few days, they have targeted Hezbollah higher-ups. So let me try to find out more information from you. Breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. I got breaking news for you guys. Breaking news. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, the Times of Israel's Manny Fabian reports that the target of the Israeli airstrike in Beirut is the head of Hezbollah's aerial forces. Again, Times of Israel's Manny Fabian says the target of the Israeli airstrike in Beirut, by the way, this is not Beirut, this is Tyre, Lebanon you're looking at right now. We're going back and forth. But the target of the airstrike in Beirut is the head of Hezbollah's aerial forces, sources tell Israeli media. All right, I have the Beirut video. I have the Beirut video that I'm going to show you. So give me a moment. I'm going to put it up on the screen for you. If I can find it. Yes, I have the Beirut airstrike. I have the airstrike on video from earlier. All right, so let me turn down this volume here and let me go to the video. Okay, let me put it up on the screen for you here. I'm going to show you the Beirut strike from moments ago. From moments ago. And you'll be able to see it. This is the strike coming up here from Beirut. Moments ago in Beirut. There it is right there. Watch right here, right here, right there, right there. Right there. You can see the smoke come up. That's southern Beirut, or southern suburbs, I assume, of Beirut. See the smoke come up? That is it. That was just a few minutes ago. There it is. A few minutes ago in Beirut. A targeted strike reportedly on the head of Hezbollah aerial forces. I don't know if that means drones or what. So I bet we'll get video soon, probably from the aftermath. That's usually what happens. Very often we'll get video. Let me see if I might be able to find some photos of the aftermath and I can throw it in the chat for you. But that is moments ago in Beirut, Lebanon. Or maybe a suburb of Beirut, southern suburb. But this shot is of Beirut. By the way, why is it that... Oh, I see. Why is this thing? Oh, sorry. So again, that is, you can see the smoke coming up. That is a few minutes ago. That is the Israeli targeted airstrike in the Beirut area. Yeah, again, aerial forces might mean drones. They certainly have drones. I don't know if they have planes, but they have drones, I know. They might have aircraft that they use. All right. So now that you've seen that, in a second I'm going to go back to the live footage. Okay. All right. So let's go back. Wikipedia says Hezbollah does not have manned aircraft. I assume aerial forces might mean drones. Or maybe somebody also who works with missiles and rockets. I'm not sure. The head of the missile and rocket program was killed a couple days ago, I believe it was, for Hezbollah in a strike, in an airstrike on a southern suburb of Beirut. All right, let's go back to the live shot now. This is the live shot. There's a lot. So the Beirut live shot right now is not showing that much. So I'm going to go back to the Tyre, Lebanon live shot because we've been seeing more airstrikes there. IDF carries out Israel carries out new targeted strike in Beirut area. This is Tyre, Lebanon. And let me see what I can find out about the Beirut targeted strike. If you give me a moment here, turn the volume up on this a little bit. Keep an eye on Tyre, Lebanon. Thank you to Nelson Carter in Queen of the South for your support, and Jake Jacobs, and also Gilexi. Thank you. I'll throw the Beirut thing up on in the middle there. That's what I'll do. Here, I'm going to make this. There's nothing really going on that shot right there, so I'll just put it up here. We'll have that say Beirut. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. Nope. Okay. I'm going to try to get you some updates on this Beirut strike. I don't have video from there yet, but we could get some in. Sometimes we do, of the aftermath of the Beirut strikes. Let me fix this headline too. Again, seeing reports that the person targeted in this new Israeli strike is Hezbollah's air operations commander. Israel Radar, who I follow, says that would be in charge of drone attacks on Israel. I'm seeing Ynet posted a photo of that attack. I'll put it in the chat. I don't have the rights to show it. Just put that there. Oh, I'm seeing another picture from Beirut of the building. I will post it in the chat. It looks like maybe like a multi-story building. The building is not completely destroyed, but part of the building, looks like the third floor or something. Looks like maybe the missile went into the middle of the floor or something, like in the middle of the building or something like that. I have a couple more. Yeah, I have another couple more photos for you. I'm going to put them in the chat right now. Manny Fabian posted a couple. Hopefully we get some video. Yeah, so it's like a bigger building, but it's almost like the third floor. There was like a giant explosion on the third floor. Second or third floor, it looks like. There's an Israeli government briefing about to happen. English language government briefing. So I'll put that up too. Hang on a moment here. Let me get that up for you guys. Let me get that up for you guys. No, I don't want that. What did I just do? What did I just do? Oh, I see. Why can't you see me? Oh, I see. We'll play that. That briefing is going to start momentarily with David Mencer, Israeli government spokesperson.
Good. Let's begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Shalom. I'm David Mencer, Israeli government spokesman.
I'll turn that up for you. Hold on.
National Public Diplomacy Directorate here in the office of the Prime Minister. Questions in the chat, please, and I will take a few after a very quick update from me. It's Thursday, the 26th of September, day 356 of the October 7th war. Let me start with a reminder of Israel's war aims. As we approach the year anniversary of the October 7th outrage, Israel will continue until all of our goals are met. They are the return of all of our hostages, 101 of them. It's a crime against humanity every moment that they're in Hamas captivity. Israelis and people of good conscience the world over say in one loud and clear voice, let them go now. Next, the dismantling of Hamas's governmental and military capabilities, removing the terrorist threat to Israel and returning the residents of the north safely to their homes. On our battle against Hezbollah in the north, the Prime Minister said that without revealing Israel's entire strategy, we can confirm one thing above all, that we are determined to return our residents to their homes in the north safely. We're inflicting blows on Hezbollah that it never imagined. We're doing it with strength. We're doing it by outwitting Hezbollah. And the Prime Minister said, I promise you one thing, we will not rest until our people are able to safely return to their homes. Hezbollah is performing a double war crime by hiding their weapons amongst Lebanese civilians while firing at our civilians. Many people in Lebanon have heeded our warnings. Hezbollah is hiding missile launchers and munitions in homes. Where that is the case, Lebanese civilians are asked to evacuate these locations immediately. Now, no other country, I believe, has given such advance warning in so many ways to save lives. By text message, phone calls, leaflets, websites, and radio broadcasts, Israel is comporting fully with international law in its just war against the murderous terror organization that has performed genocidal acts and crimes against humanity. Next on the diplomatic track, the reports about a ceasefire being already agreed are not accurate. The Prime Minister's reiterated that, yes, of course, Israel is open to diplomacy, as we have been. It's always our go-to option. We've been within this situation for a year now. But Israel has yet to respond to this particular American-French proposal. In terms of Israel's military action to defend this country, the Prime Minister and the Chief of Staff could not have been clearer. The Prime Minister's directed the IDF to continue fighting with full force. According to the plan presented by the IDF, the fighting in Gaza also will continue until the objectives of this war have been achieved. And finally, to COGAT, an update of their work coordinating aid into Gaza. Since the beginning of the war, 53,000 truckloads have delivered 1,038,000 tons of aid. Currently, the contents of 490 trucks are waiting, as they have been. I think I've been updating you on this for months now. 490 trucks, and they've stayed at that level, are waiting to be picked up from the Gazan side of Kerem Shalom. Now, 480 of these trucks belong to the UN. They've been there for months. As I said, while international organizations and other NGOs pick up the aid from Kerem Shalom, we urge the UN to do the same and collect the aid which is just waiting there to be delivered. Now, Israel, on its part, stands ready to facilitate these coordinations and any other measures to assist the UN with upscaling their aid collection abilities. You can get all of the details of Israel's humanitarian efforts on COGAT's website, and that's
there are
the end of our
there are some
briefing
rocket
here today, and
alerts
I'll
right
take
now.
your
There are some
questions.
rocket.
Please put them in the chat.
There are
as
some
usual, with
rocket
your
alerts right now,
news
guys. So I
out.
want to check on the rocket alerts for you.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that. Now,
The
first
current
question
rocket
here I can
alerts-
see is from Joel Pollack at Breitbart News. Joel says, "What a difference today
A
makes.
couple of
Yesterday
them,
asked
a
about
couple of
diplomacy,
them
and today there is
in
a
the
ceasefire
Golan
proposal
Heights.
and also a rejection. What are the terms under which Israel would accept
A couple in the
to end
Golan
fighting?
Heights. That's
And
where they are,
why
the
does
Golan
a
Heights.
ceasefire proposal fail to mention Hezbollah?
I'll let you know what I hear
for that
about these.
question.
Okay, I'll let you know what I hear about these. That's the
Look,
SOFAR
those
map,
that
SOFAR
say
alert
that
map.
Israel,
So a couple
must
rocket alerts in the
de-escalate
Golan
our
Heights,
defensive
their
action
area,
in Lebanon
next to
and
Syria.
go for a diplomatic resolution right now. Let me share with you our position as it stands. If you follow that sort of analysis to its ends, it actually works to the contrary of what I think is the objective we're all trying to go for. After a whole year of receiving Hezbollah rocket fire on our border, with more than 9,400 rockets, missiles and drones fired at us, with 65,000 Israelis forced to flee their homes. We've had 49 dead Israelis murdered by this Hezbollah fire, including actually an Indian national, with hundreds of Israelis wounded, with 200,000 dunams of our land burnt, with close to 1,000 fires started on our land by Hezbollah. If you want a diplomatic resolution, after a year when Hezbollah has fired at us almost every single day for a year, it is actually Israel that's creating the political and the strategic realities that will facilitate that. So by hitting Hezbollah the way we are, in the very calibrated way, but also in a way that causes Hezbollah, the terrorist organization devoted to our destruction, by hitting them in the way that really hurts, it's actually Israel which is making the possibility for a political, diplomatic resolution much more realistic. Now, Hezbollah simply won't pull out of southern Lebanon because we've asked them to, by email or by any sort of document that could be signed right now, because they've spent the last year firing at us, even though the US and France and others have asked them actually to stop. So our requirements are very, very clear. They are, and they're reasonable as well. We want to create a situation where our citizens in the north, tens of thousands of our people who've been dislocated and left their homes for a year now, that they're able to return to their homes in safety. And we also say in a loud and clear voice that this will be achieved when Hezbollah understands that it cannot attack Israel. Hezbollah cannot be physically along our border with southern Lebanon. So far, Hezbollah has said no to any such proposal after an entire year. So Israel's carefully calibrated offensive against Hezbollah, surgically taking out Hezbollah capabilities, when Israel targets and hits Hezbollah, we actually move closer to the reality that we all want. That is facilitating a new security reality, as the Prime Minister said, in southern Lebanon, based on understandings which we have already reached in the past, but we've never meaningfully implemented. That's clear for all to see. It's UN resolutions 1559 and 1701. They've been passed, but never implemented, never enforced. So there's no contradiction whatsoever between the desire to reach a diplomatic settlement on an agreed diplomatic settlement based on this new reality and our action to dramatically address Hezbollah's capability to attack Israel. Okay, next question here is from Fred Ager. Terrorists set fire to the Esh Tomoa synagogue in South Hebron Hills, sparking a debate on Jewish identity and symbols, causing Israelis and Palestinians to call for severe action. What can you tell us about these attacks? In any particular measures the government is taking to protect Jewish places of worship in Judea and Samaria? Thank you very much for that question, Fred. Let me share with you our current actions right now and our duties in Judea and Samaria, as you've asked. Look, Israel's security forces are on extremely high alert, and they're deployed extensively, actually, to thwart these sort of terror attacks. And we know that they're happening because there is incessant incitement. We know that Hamas and Iran, of course, are behind it. They want more murderous violence. They want more innocent civilians killed. They want more violence. But the IDF and the government have made absolutely clear that there will be no safe havens for terrorists in Judea and Samaria or anywhere in this country. Now, we're doing, and the IDF and the government are doing their duty in the entire region, in North Samaria, in Tulkarem, in Jenin, in other places, and in Hebron as well. That's where these murderous attacks have been launched, and that is where we will eliminate terrorism from wherever it emerges. This is of importance now as we approach the Jewish high holidays, the Jewish New Year, and the other holidays, as it is throughout the year. Okay, next question here is from Jim Williams at Zenga International News Service, Washington, D.C. Good afternoon, David. Has the number of Israeli people displaced by the battle in the north increased to over 64,000 residents? Thank you very much, Jim, for that question. I will provide the latest figures that we have, but the figures I gave in my briefing are the current ones that we have. We update them regularly. When there are some new figures, I will share them with you. But of course, it is an outrage that this number, tens of thousands of 64,000 of our people are evicted from their homes, essentially, making areas of our country simply not safe to live in. This is Israeli sovereign territory. And Israel has a duty, it is mandated to defend itself against this effort to dislodge our people from our own country. And the Israeli government has a responsibility to protect its citizens, and that is precisely what we will do, and it's precisely what we are doing. Next question here is from Joel Pollock. You're saying, sorry, please answer question number 2 about Hezbollah not being mentioned in the ceasefire proposal. Thank you for that question, Joel. Israel doesn't have responsibility for that proposal. So for whether Hezbollah are mentioned or not, that's not within our remit. I gave you a very comprehensive answer about the Prime Minister and the government's thoughts about our battle against Hezbollah. We want to push them back away from our border. We want UN resolutions 1701 and 1559 implemented in full. They've already been passed. We don't need to pass them again. They need to be implemented. And we want, of course, to return our people rightfully to their homes. That's the only decent thing which this government desires to do, and it's a fair objective, and it's the right thing for this country, which is why so many people and indeed wall-to-wall support in this country for those objectives. Next question here is from Mark Weiss at Khan Radio. What government forum would need to authorize a ground invasion of Lebanon? Thank you for that question, Mark. That's a question, I imagine, that in terms of the invasion, ground invasion of Lebanon, the IDF has presented a plan. It's been spoken about by the Chief of Staff yesterday. I would advise you to reach out to the IDF to get more information on that. The Chief of Staff spoke quite forcefully about the IDF plan and its responsibility to defend this country. And in terms of any other decisions made by this government, they'll be made in the usual way. Around the cabinet table, this government has a majority in the Knesset, and it will pass whatever will pass whatever decision which it it is mandated to take for the protection of this country. Okay, was there another question up there? Could you go up there for a second? Could you just go up? Just scroll up for a second. Just scroll up for a second. Just scroll up for a second. Okay. Right. I think that's the last question that we've got there. I don't think I've missed any of the questions. So thank you for joining us. The next briefing will be on Monday. It'll be at the same time, at 3:30 Jerusalem time. So in the meantime, can you just go to the questions for a second? Because I think I might have missed a question there. Okay, just scroll up. Scroll up. Okay, no, actually you're right. I have actually taken all the questions. So thank you for joining us, and the next briefing, as I said, will be on Monday. In the meantime, do please stay safe, and bye-bye.
All right, so that was the Israeli government spokesperson. Glad I was able to show you that. So let me get that off the screen there, and get that off the screen there. And then we are bringing you live. Hold on. We're bringing you live coverage because Israel has carried out a targeted strike in the Beirut area, a Beirut suburb, reportedly on the Hezbollah commander of aerial forces, drone forces. Reportedly, they fired 3 missiles at an apartment building, taking out part of that building. Looks like a targeted strike, taking out only part of the building. I posted some photos and some videos in the chat. I don't have the rights to show them, but I posted some photos and videos in the chat of that. I am looking for more information on that targeted strike. We're looking right here at Tyre, Lebanon, where there's been a bunch of significant airstrikes today we've seen, and I have a camera on Beirut as well. So I will keep, give me a second here, I'll keep looking for more about the Beirut strike for you. And we'll keep an eye out on things. Hey, a quick thank you to, thanks so much to Christian Foster for your support. Thank you, Christian, and Nelson Carter. Thanks to our members, Panda 3000 and Hoover Maneuver. Thank you so much. Also, thank you to V110 for subscribing on Twitch. Also, big thanks to our Twitch moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, I Got That Fire, and Surly Dev. Thank you so much, K. Lowry Body, Ronald Egnor moderating there on Facebook. I really appreciate it. Thanks to Marie Minicello for subscribing on Facebook. Thank you. And also our YouTube moderators like Ruth Krafasi and Sabrina. I really appreciate Al Star. Thanks so much to all of our moderators over there. Linda Belk and Larry on X as well. Thank you. All right, the Beirut cam is off for now over there, so let me remove that. They go in and out. But let me see if I can find you more information on that targeted strike in Beirut. Reportedly, 3 missiles hit a building. I'm reading an apartment building. Yes. Oh, Israeli Army Radio says it was. Oh, hold on. Okay. Israel IDF targeted strike in Beirut. I'm going to post something in the chat for you guys. I'm going to post something in the chat for you. I don't have the rights to the photos, but Israeli Army radio says this seemed to be a very targeted strike that was aimed only at a certain floor of the building where, according to the intelligence information, the commander of Hezbollah's air unit was staying. That's according to Doron Kadosh at GLZ Radio. So I'm going to post, I just posted it on my X account, which is at Lookner. You can see it there. And I'll also post a link to it in the chat right now. I just posted it. And you can see there's two pictures of the building, but the whole building has not been destroyed. It is a... sometimes Israel, if they do a targeted attack, they take out like a certain floor or a certain unit of the building. I mean, there's going to be collateral damage, but this really looks like that they had intelligence about a certain part of that building. So you can see it if you look. I just posted the link in the chat. Thanks to Jeffrey Githinji, who's watching from Kenya. Thank you for watching from Kenya. That's pretty neat. Anyways, you can see the... if you can see it, I just posted a link in the chat with a couple photos from GLZ Radio of the building. Oh, somebody said that there was a statement about Golan Heights alerts. Yes, the Golan Heights alerts were false alarms, according to IDF. Thanks for mentioning that in the chat. The Golan Heights rocket alerts were false alarms. I don't know who was hurt or killed or what kind of damage there is in that strike in that building. I just don't know. But I posted those photos for you guys. No word yet on whether the target of that airstrike has been injured or killed. Another strike targeting a top Hezbollah commander. Hey, thank you to PZ Papa Zulu for your support. I appreciate that. And also our new member, Robert Algar Jr. In case you missed it, we do have a new emoji for slash emote for subscribers on Twitch and members on Facebook. There is a new emote slash emoji as of today that you can use. A number of you have found it. But in case you missed it,
Okay. I'm in front of the camera now. Can you see me now?
thanks to our new member Domino as well. I appreciate it, Domino. Zaina Kodor, who's a reporter with Al Jazeera, said this targeted strike was the fourth strike in Beirut suburbs in less than a week. There are ambulances at the scene. I'll post her link with a video in the chat. Oh, the new emoji means mute. The new emoji slash emote means mute for when I get muted. Because people tell me in the chat when I'm muted. Tizki found it. Frukar Toffine found it. There you go. Voyage found it. Hey, thanks to Sarah Sharma. I appreciate that, Sarah Sharma. Thanks for your support. Thanks to Sonic, who actually made that emoji. I really appreciate it. News from the field on Telegram, Israeli news channel, says the Lebanese report 3 casualties in that targeted strike in a Lebanon suburb. We do not know if the Hezbollah official who was targeted was injured or killed. Trying to get you more updates on that. He was reportedly the commander of the air unit, the drone unit in Hezbollah. Oh. Brian's breaking news mentioned that Al Hadath was doing a live shot in that near where that apartment is. I can't steal their footage, of course, but yes, Al Hadath actually has a camera out. You can find them on YouTube. Al Hadath, it's an Arabic language news outlet. They actually have a camera at that building right now, outside the building. I do not have a live stream outside that building right now. If I get one, I'll let you know. What's this? I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Thank you to Hurek1 for subscribing on Twitch. I appreciate that. Thank you, Hurek1. It's panning over. What's going on? Does he see something or no? Sometimes when they pan over, they see something. Another strike in Tyre right there. New airstrike in Tyre, Lebanon, another one. We've seen a bunch of them today, and that is one right there. That is one right there. We've seen a bunch of strikes in Tyre today. Thank you to our new member, Sage Lake. Thank you. Also thanks to Chris Canada, Quebec City. Chris thinks that Israel is holding back on what they're targeting because of the U.S. government. That's what Chris thinks. Thank you, Chris, Canada, Quebec City.
زينة صار بتاع
اوكي خدوها
زينة واقفة قدام المبنى. اوكي حلو برافو ما شاء الله. هلا نحن طالعين 6 ويندوز.
Moshe Schwartz says Lebanese media is saying 3 dead in the IDF airstrike in Beirut suburb. I am seeing a purported video showing the moment of the explosion, like nearby. That's the wrong date, I think, though. That can't be the moment of the explosion. It's the wrong date. So that's wrong. That video is not legit. Al Mayadeen is saying 1 dead and 2 wounded in the Beirut airstrike. Al Mayadeen is saying 1 dead and 2 wounded. Thank you to Gilexi from Scotland. Thanks for watching from Scotland, and thanks so much for your support, Gilexi. I really appreciate that. Thank you. No confirmation yet on whether the Hezbollah commander targeted in this strike in Beirut, a Beirut suburb, has died or been injured. Oh, sorry, you can't see me. The head of drones was targeted. Head of the drone program in Hezbollah. Are we hearing something? What are we hearing? We're hearing something. Explosions? What are we hearing right now? What are we hearing? What are we hearing? Planes? People are screaming. I'm hearing rocket alerts, but this is 10 miles away. There are rocket alerts. Oh, I think those are rockets being fired. We might be hearing rockets being fired, like actually rockets being fired from Lebanon. I don't know. New rocket alerts right now. I don't know what's happening. But I wonder if rockets were being fired because there's new rocket alert right now. New rocket alert for Israel. Let's see if they show anything. But we're definitely hearing a lot. I think they might have, that rockets might have fired because there's a rocket alert in Israel right now, in northern Galilee area.
And over the rockets.
Yes.
Launched by Hezbollah towards
Rockets launched. He just said it.
Now, of course, where and how, all these details will come later regarding where these
There it
rockets
is.
are heading.
Rocket alert, upper gallery, a bunch of rockets heading for Israel. A bunch of rockets heading for Israel. You can see that on the SOFAR app,
Massive.
the SOFAR rocket map, northern Israel. I think we just heard rockets being launched from Lebanon to Israel.
The eastern entrance of the city, and this is the closest to the city. Now, with respect to number of casualties, it's not clear. However, I would like to just say something about the assassination in Beirut.
That's what I bet it was.
Probably over the past 11 months, we've seen how much.
So again, rockets heading for, I don't have a camera here, but rockets heading for northern Israel here. Oh, hold on.
Positions and on some
Look, what is that? What are we seeing?
Interceptions.
Interceptions? A jet? A missile? What are we seeing there? A jet? A missile? We're seeing something flying through the sky. I think. I don't know. Maybe interceptions? Or maybe just the smoke? I have no idea.
While we are seeing the interceptions,
I think maybe we see interceptions. I think maybe those clouds were. I think we might be seeing the smoke from interceptions there, because the interceptions would have already happened probably.
Hezbollah, 6 of its drones were headed towards Tel Aviv. And
I think, yeah. Look, see right there. Those are that's interceptions. There you go.
hitting one of Hezbollah's drones
Wow.
with commanders is just part of what's been happening and how much this drone unit has been playing a role in this war. And of course, just a couple of days ago, we saw, or maybe yesterday, we saw how a drone from Iraq hit Eilat to the south of Israel. Of course, all these attacks are in a way or another blamed by Israel on Hezbollah or Hezbollah.
Yeah, Tyre, Lebanon is about 10 miles away from the border. But I mean, I don't know how Iron Dome works, but maybe they can get them. I mean, it's not much distance. The rockets don't take long to get to Israel, the north of Israel. So I'm guessing they shoot them down as soon as they can. I don't know how far we can see away, but we were hearing the rocket fire. Also, the rockets may not have fired from Tyre. They might have fired from like a next town over or something. I don't know, but
there are many layers.
we definitely heard them.
What's there is the field. It doesn't seem that there's anything in the field that reflects this feeling of possible truce. Probably there's pressure. Each time
I don't know how far you
goes.
can see in the
But
sky.
the fact is that there is a gap, a very huge gap.
But that's what it looks like. I believe we just saw interception
Hezbollah is asking
stuff.
with Hezbollah putting a condition to have a ceasefire in Gaza or a truce in Gaza in parallel with the truce in Lebanon. It's going to be very complicated to reach a compromise with the Israelis, and that's why there is. I mean, we can't be pessimistic completely, but there is not much optimism over reaching what's being offered on the table right now.
Give me 1 second here. Hang on. Oh, another airstrike. I think we just saw another airstrike. Looks like there's another airstrike right there. I think. Isn't there a cloud on the ground? On the left. On the left. I thought it was on the left. I might be wrong. That was scary to hear all that I didn't know what was happening when we were hearing the rumbling and people shouting.
شو رايك عليك؟ طب كيف تعطينا مساحه ولا؟ لا هي مساحه صعبه والله صعبه. بدك تظبط وضعك. انا عشان ما غيرها بس هيك ما نحن لا انا كاميرتي حتى ما بقدر اصور. روح وتعال وين بدك يا غدا بس انت قرب لي هيدا ساعتها معنا انت حدا حتى لا انت والله ساعتها هيدا ساعه
Yeah, Al Jadid said their correspondent said a large, dense rocket barrage was fired from southern Lebanon. So that's what we heard. Update for you guys. In that targeted Israeli strike on the Beirut suburb, which reportedly targeted the Hezbollah head of the drone program, 4 dead and a number wounded. Al Mayadeen, Lebanese news outlet, says 4 dead and multiple wounded in that strike, that targeted strike in Beirut. 4 dead, multiple wounded. I do not know if the drone commander of the drone program, was one of those dead or wounded.
هذا انتبه عليه، هذا عم يعطينا صورة كلها صديق. يلا حضروا حالكم.
Yeah, I don't know who those people are who were killed and injured in that strike in the Beirut suburb. That I don't know. What's going on now? Something or no? Is he just winding out? Moshe Schwartz says there were numerous interceptions reported from that rocket barrage. Thank you to Joe South Oz for your support. I really appreciate it. Joe South Oz, thank you. Sorry, it's quite windy there. I'm just checking for updates here, some different sources. Russell Bach says, crazy, you can see interceptions from another country the rockets were shot from. Yeah, I mean, it's not a, they're right next to each other, and the target was northern Israel. So, but, I mean, people don't have a lot, from the time they're launched to the alarm, to the time the interceptors go up, it all happens very fast. I mean, I know when I get the rocket alert notification, you can take a few seconds to pull the camera up, and then you're already hearing interceptions. Again, Lebanese Al Mayadeen channel says 4 dead and a number injured in that Israelis targeted strike in a Beirut suburb, which was targeting the Hezbollah commander of the drone program, reportedly. Why do people keep posting this video? Isn't that video from 3 days ago? Hang on a second here. So windy. Yes, Netanyahu is supposed to speak Friday morning at the UN. Thank you, Braveheart, for watching. What's happening now? Another strike. Look, another strike, guys. Another strike in Tyre. Wow. Look at that. We have seen a number of strikes in Tyre today. There's another one. Wow. We have seen it. We've seen some big ones. We've seen a number of them this afternoon. Look at the size of the buildings in front of it. Look at the buildings in front of it, and then the size of the smoke. I mean, that must be hundreds of feet high. That smoke column. Look, I mean, Wow. Roy says that is a big one. Log N says massive. Garden Girl thinks they hit where they last fired rockets. It's a good question. I don't know that the rockets were fired from there, because I think we would have seen the rockets coming up from there on camera if that had been where it is, but I don't know for sure. Ghost Contact Paranormal thinks that's where the rockets came from. I mean, it's possible. We've been seeing strikes pretty regularly today from this camera. Some of them really big. Melissa Garcia says that was a big strike. Some more pictures of the building targeted by Israel in the Beirut suburbs. I'll post these from NBN Lebanon. I just posted in the chat. There is that McDonald's again. We saw explosions near there yesterday. I'll have to see about doing, what is this? I'll have to see about doing coverage of the hurricane later. The hurricane is supposed to make landfall tonight, I believe. So there's a world in which I would do some coverage of that. I would just have to sleep some during the day. So we'll see how the coverage works out with that. So you know right now, I'm sure a lot of you have heard this, but there's a ceasefire proposal that's out from the U.S. and some other countries. Sky News had reported hours ago claiming that the ceasefire deal was done, but then it was clearly not done. And a bunch of politicians on the right in Netanyahu's coalition, they heard this report from Sky News. They got very upset, and they were posting how bad this was. And then Netanyahu came out. He had been on a plane, and he came out and said that he did not approve the proposal. He had not responded to it yet. Hezbollah has not responded to this proposal yet. So will there be a ceasefire? 21 day or some other ceasefire? I have no idea, but neither side has agreed to the ceasefire proposal yet. Netanyahu has been traveling today to New York to speak at the UN tomorrow. Is there another strike? What's going on? I don't know. So more airstrikes today from Israel, another targeted strike from Israel in Beirut. We do not know if this Hezbollah commander was killed in that strike yet. Some rocket strikes. There have not been as many rocket strikes, rocket firings from Hezbollah today as there have on some of the other days. Israel is acting like it's considering a ground offensive at some point. That ground offensive is not imminent. It's not happening today, but they are certainly putting out signals, Israel, suggesting that they're ready to do a ground offensive in the future if Hezbollah does not stop attacking northern Israel and move away from the border. Israel is trying to get its 70,000 residents back to the... 70,000 residents in Israel have moved away from northern Israel because of Hezbollah attacks that have been happening since last October. Israel wants those 70,000 residents or so to be able to move back, and they're saying that they're going to push back Hezbollah from the border one way or the other. This is actually the only camera I have access to at the moment. Hey, Sneezing Eagle from the UK, that is so kind of you. Thanks so much, Sneezing Eagle, for your support. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Also, I owe a thanks to Jesus UCSB. I missed that from Jesus UCSB. Thanks for your support. Oh, I don't know how I missed that. Thank you, Jesus UCSB. I don't know if Jesus is still around.
Hold on. No.
1 second. Excuse me, patient guy. Short and impatient.
Yes.
I am 6 feet tall and I have lots of patience.
Okay, you'll be here. I'll have the tractor out there. If this interferes with you, we can put this here. Okay, so we're going to move the box. Yeah, you can put it behind. No one is going to go there.
No one's gonna go there. No one's gonna go there.
AP is saying that FBI agents seized Mayor Adams' phone this morning. So again, this morning, the Mayor Adams, before the indictment, got his phone seized. He'd already previously had it seized, but I guess they seized it today too, according to his lawyer. His lawyer said that. No, AP reported it too. I have to change my headphones, by the way. My headphones ran out of battery, so I got to change them and put on the other ones. Give me a moment. I'll do that. Trying to get you some updates about the ceasefire stuff. You can see this from Reuters. World wants ceasefire along Israel-Lebanon border, U.S. as Blinken says. U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said countries around the world want a halt to hostilities between Israel and Hezbollah along Israel's northern border with Lebanon. Netanyahu has not officially responded to the ceasefire proposal. You can see here, U.S. and allies from AP. U.S. and allies call for an immediate 21-day ceasefire between Israel and Hezbollah. Netanyahu's office said, Netanyahu said he had not responded to it yet, and he had not agreed to it. Israel's foreign minister, Israel Katz, who is the acting prime minister during Netanyahu's trip abroad, said there will be no ceasefire in the north, vowing to continue the fighting in the north with full force until victory, and returning the tens of thousands of Israeli citizens evacuated from their homes in the north. Thank you to Prep Life for your support. I really appreciate that. Prep Life, thank you.
It's actually very hard to do it.
The Washington Post says that top Israel officials this morning distanced their country from an internationally backed proposal for a 21-day ceasefire, blunting hopes for an immediate halt to the fighting. This proposed ceasefire deal would not be signed by Hezbollah. It would be signed by Lebanon, who would sign and say and basically assure Israel that Hezbollah in Lebanon would comply to it. Biden administration officials said that if the Lebanese government agreed to it, they expected it would be able to bring along the group. The United States does not speak directly to Hezbollah, which it has designated a terrorist organization, says the Washington Post. The voice was skipping? My voice was skipping? Why are people talking about mutes? My voice is cutting out? Hello, testing? Testing 1, 2, 3. Voice is skipping? All of a sudden? That's weird. Give me a second. Let me check something. Hold on. Everybody's saying it's fine. There's all these people saying it's fine. Look at the chat. Look at all the people in the chat saying it's fine. Now people are arguing in the chat over whether the voice is skipping. I don't understand. How can it be that people are arguing in the chat over whether the voice is skipping? So many people are saying it's not. I don't know what to say. It doesn't make sense that if it's not skipping for some people, that means the signal's getting out. Testing 1, 2, 3. Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Test. Testing, testing. I can listen to it. I can listen to myself. It's very easy for me to listen to myself. Why don't I listen to myself? That's what I'll do. I'll listen to my own broadcast. I can listen to it. I can listen to myself. All right, I'm listening to myself. It sounds fine. It doesn't make sense that if it's not skipping for some people, that means the signal's getting out. Sounds fine. Understand. How can it be that people are arguing in the chat over whether the voice... I just listened to myself and it sounded fine. People are saying refresh. People are saying refresh your feed. Are you guys like getting me confused with the audio from the live shot? Hey, thanks so much to Gunsmith. Gunsmith, thanks for your support. I really appreciate it. Thanks, Gunsmith. Thanks also, Martin Gingerich. Thanks, Martin. I'm not going to do dual coverage. I mean, if I get an update about the Eric Adams thing, I will tell you what it is. The indictment's supposed to be released. Honestly, I'm a bit worn out, you know, I'm anticipating maybe having to do hurricane coverage later, so I don't want to get onto a big Eric Adams thing at this point. But I'll let you know if I get an update on it. But it's just too much. It's just too much. So I'm going to stick with this for now, and then after this, I'm going to try to get some rest, and then maybe I'll be able to do some hurricane coverage after. But thank you, Martin. I appreciate it. Martin Gingrich, thank you. Also, Mouse the German. Mouse the German says it was skipping for me, then I reloaded the stream, and then it worked fine afterwards. So seems not to be at your end. That was what Mouse the German said. All right. Thank you, Mouse. Thank you, Richard Foley, for your support, and John Lopez and UV for the gift memberships. Thank you. Thanks also to Scott V for your support. Thank you, Scott. I really appreciate that. Scott V. And our new member, Jocelyn. Thank you. Haven't had many big updates today, I feel like. Personally, I think that I'm guessing that maybe Israel would hold off on doing anything too big until Netanyahu gets back. Just a thought I had. Thank you to Ooms World, our new member too. Thank you, Ooms World. But there have been airstrikes reported in some different parts of Lebanon today. We've seen a number of airstrikes, some big ones, off and on here in Tyre, Lebanon. Thanks also, Ken, for your support. Really appreciate that, Ken. Thank you. Julie, I haven't seen much in Lebanese media that I've been following on the strikes in Tyre. So, I have an update for you. NBN Lebanon says in the Israeli targeted strike in the suburb of Beirut, where reportedly they were targeting the head of Hezbollah drone activity, NBN Lebanon says the Lebanese Ministry of Health says 2 dead and 15 injured. 2 dead and 15 injured in the Israeli airstrike on the southern suburb of Beirut. Was one of those people the Hezbollah head of drones? I don't know. MTV Lebanon reports, it's a news channel, search operations are continuing at that airstrike in the Beirut suburb. They said 2 dead, 15 injured, and a woman, including a woman in critical condition. Hey, thanks so much, Jocelyn. That's super nice of you. I really appreciate that, Jocelyn. Thank you. It's very generous of you. She says no lag on her end. Thank you, Jocelyn. I really appreciate your support for the channel. It's really nice of you. Thank you. It's super kind of you. Reuters is reporting that some Gazans voice hope at renewed ceasefire calls. Some Gazans. These pictures from Gaza, jeez. I'll show you some pictures in a second. In Gaza, many Palestinians voiced hope that the deal to end the war in Lebanon would also bring an end to the fighting in Gaza. Because the idea is that since Hezbollah has said they'll stop attacking Israel if there's a ceasefire in Gaza, maybe there'll be a ceasefire in Gaza. That's what a Palestinian businessman basically said from Gaza City, who is in Gaza, said to Reuters. Uh-oh. Another strike? What happened here? No, the just panning over. I've seen no reporting that a ceasefire is close in Gaza, by the way. Man, these pictures. You know, Gaza pictures, it's just crazy, the destruction there. It's unbelievable. Yeah, you know, these are some pictures of Gaza from that article I was just showing you. Khan Yunis, Khan Yunis, Khan Yunis. They're all Khan Yunis in southern Gaza. Just to take a second to look at these pictures. I mean, it's just whenever I see these are from Reuters. And whenever I see these Gaza pictures, it's just crazy the amount of destruction there. And the people are just kind of living in these places. Look at this, you know? Just kind of walking around in that level of destruction. Yeah, it's just crazy to see people like they're literally just walking around and living in these places which look like, you know, like a giant earthquake has hit it or something. Yeah, Orla Connolly says for almost a year now. Yeah, in a lot of those places. Yeah. Yeah. Months and months.
ثبت لي حالك شويه بس لو الله يرضى عليك شو انا بجيب لك ايش بدك
Michael Blanco says blame Hamas.
كله تمام حبيبي كريتو جاليري نعم اوديو تشيك عليه
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 yes I can hear you okay حبيبي
Looking at this article here from AP. Oh, hey guys, this is the building. This is a picture of the building that Israel hit today in the targeted strike. Right here. This is from Associated Press. Again, this is a picture of the building that Israel hit today in that targeted strike, reportedly trying to take out the Hezbollah commander of drones. And it's like a larger building, but there's like a specific floor or apartment that was targeted supposedly with 3 missiles. I'll see what other pictures I have in here. AP says Israel has dramatically stepped up its bombardment in Lebanon, saying it is determined to stop Hezbollah's near-daily rocket volleys over the last 11 months that have forced tens of thousands to evacuate homes in northern Israel. Strikes since Monday have killed more than 630 people in Lebanon, around a quarter of them women and children, according to local health authorities. Intensifying Hezbollah rocket barrages have wounded several people in Israel, although the rockets today are not as much as some days. Hezbollah has insisted it will only halt its strikes if there is a ceasefire in Gaza. That appears out of reach at this point. One of Netanyahu's far-right governing partners today threatened to suspend cooperation with his government if it signs on to a temporary ceasefire with Hezbollah, and to quit completely if a permanent deal is reached. It was the latest sign of displeasure from Netanyahu's allies toward international ceasefire efforts. Yes, that was Itamar Ben-Gvir. National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, head of the Jewish Power Party, said, if a temporary ceasefire becomes permanent, we will resign from the government. And if Ben-Gvir leaves the coalition government, Netanyahu would lose his parliamentary majority and could see his government come toppling down. Though opposition leaders have said they would offer support for a ceasefire deal, so maybe he gets support from somebody else. Hezbollah began firing rockets into Israel one day after the October 7th attack by Hamas last year in support of its Hamas allies, and Hezbollah and Israel have traded fire ever since. Israeli families of the hostages in Gaza said they are pushing. What is this? What are we looking at now? Just zooming in. Israeli families of the hostages said they are pushing for a possible ceasefire deal for Lebanon to include provisions for the war in Gaza, especially securing release of the roughly 70 hostages still presumed to be alive in the bodies of some 30 others. So 70 hostages presumed to be alive. Israeli leaders have said they are determined to force Hezbollah back from the border to allow its citizens to return to their homes. It has moved thousands of troops to the border in preparation for a possible ground operation. It's like they're testing the camera or something. I don't know. Maybe they got a new lens. I feel like the camera is looking a little sharper today. Maybe they have new equipment. It seems like they've also, the first couple days with this camera, it was kind of dark, and the lighting is a lot better on the camera today. And they are showing the McDonald's. Oh, the reason it went to black earlier is periodically like on the Reuters feed, stop and start. So that was just a Reuters feed thing earlier today. Susie Iris says, nice picture now. Yeah, again, they might have gotten some new equipment or something, but it seems like, yeah, the picture does look better than it has before. Lebanon has a population of around 6 million people. Yes, also, as Nicholas Martsochi says, we have not been hearing that text message tone today. I don't know if that's because they shut it off or something, but I feel like it's the first in several days we haven't been hearing that text message ringtone all day, which I will not complain about not hearing.
يلا في غارة عند الجبل فوق رأيتها روح اطلع وجدتها اطلع عليها.
Oh, new airstrike. Wow, look at that. Look at that. Wow. Another one. Another one. Tyre, Lebanon. I don't know if that's technically still Tyre up there, but another airstrike. There have been a bunch.
راح تضرب في اي وقت تحتضرب هي بتدور اي وقت تحتضرب يلا تحرك كلها كاميرا بنزل حكايه اكيد تكون مسؤول حط يدك انت ماشي الصوره
We just hear another boom, or not? We heard something, but maybe something just dropped or something. Every time I hear a boom-like sound, I think it's another airstrike. H. Schwartz says I did. Again, maybe it was just something that sounded like that. I don't know. Are they going to pan over? I really think they're like practicing with like new camera equipment or something. Our viewer Pine Green thinks a buffer zone seems imminent. I'm hearing sirens. I thought we heard a boom and then we hear sirens. I don't know. Maybe something happened. Lebanon, according to Wikipedia, does not have manned aircraft. I read in a Wikipedia article earlier that not Lebanon, Hezbollah. Not Lebanon, Hezbollah. Hezbollah, according to Wikipedia, does not have manned aircraft. There's the country Lebanon, and then there's the political party / militant group Hezbollah. I'm seeing reporting, Sky News Arabia says a car was targeted in Mount Lebanon region of Lebanon.
This is a bit of smoke still can be seen. I can show us this camera. Well, this comes just after for more than 30 airstrikes just in this area. Time that extends to around 280 kilometers, quite close to the area of Gaza. Now, in other areas in Lebanon also there were several airstrikes in the northeast, in Yemen, 20 people were killed, and in other districts and provinces.
Hang on a moment. I'm seeing something here. I'm seeing a report about the targeted strike earlier, but I need some other sourcing on it. Hold on a second here.
And also depots, weapon depots, and
Give me a moment here.
so with hitting those in the command, such as Ibrahim Aqil, such as Fahad Shukr, and the ones under them, for example, the man killed today, charged with weapons, and a few days ago, the southern suburb,
Trying to get some
missiles, weapons,
more stronger sourcing.
those higher fields. This is kind of focusing on hitting the command. And with the attacks that we saw regarding the pagers and other attacks on walkie-talkies, this was hitting mainly on the communication system control. Later on, and in parallel, we're seeing Israel hitting also several areas across the country. Some of them trying to hit on the weapons, the storages of the mid-range or the short-range missiles, as they've been saying. Of course, this is very instrumental in Hezbollah's war against the Israelis. And most importantly now, with hitting residential areas, they are trying to hit the internal front and try to make this kind of split between Hezbollah and the people of the country.
Prime Minister Netanyahu, by the way, has landed in New York, according to Khan News. He will be speaking tomorrow at the UN. I have some more information on the car targeted in Lebanon. I don't really know what the deal is on it. Michael Horowitz posted about it. I'll post a link in the chat. It's a little bit graphic, the photo. I can't show it on the air. But I just posted a link in the chat to Michael Horowitz's post about a car that was targeted in Lebanon. I believe in the Mount Lebanon area. Michael Horowitz says rare is real. Well, so actually I don't. It's It looks like some sort of targeted explosion. I don't know what caused it. I'll let you know if I hear more about that. Live UA map Middle East is saying that a drone targeted a car. I don't know who was in this car. Hey, thanks so much to Cookie Knoll. Cookie Knoll, I really appreciate that. That's very nice of you. Thank you so much, Cookie Knoll, for your support. Hold on. Hang on a moment. Do we have a statement from the Israeli army? Hold on. Where is this? Breaking news. Yes. Breaking news. Israeli army confirms they killed the commander of the air unit of Hezbollah in that airstrike in Beirut today. Breaking news. The Israeli army has confirmed it. They just came out with an announcement about it. I'm going to show you the announcement in a second. I'm going to show it to you in a second. Hold on a second here. But they have confirmed that they killed him. All right, I'm going to read this to you in a second. They said they killed the commander of the air unit of Hezbollah. IDF confirms it killed the Hezbollah Okay, give me a moment here. I'm going to show it to you right now. I'm going to show you the announcement. In Beirut. That was a strike in Beirut today. I believe that was the Beirut suburb, am I correct? Hang on one moment. They said Beirut. It was an airstrike by fighter jets. Okay, here is the announcement right here. Breaking news from Israel. Yeah, that's the one I played that for you. I played you. Oh, sorry. You'll see it in a second. There it is. So there's the announcement. I just did a translation on it, not personally, but I did I had it translated on the web, and this is the official announcement from the Israeli military. The IDF killed Mohammed Hossein Sarur, the commander of the air unit of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. So like they would do, you'll see they do drone stuff, missile stuff. It looks like drone stuff is the emphasis. The IDF spokesman announces that today, Thursday, September 26th, with the precise intelligence direction of the Air Force and the Intelligence Division, fighter jets attacked in Beirut and killed Mohammed Hossein Sarur, the commander of the air unit of the terrorist organization Hezbollah. So they're saying this was a targeted strike. The terrorist Sarur, they say, directed and commanded many aerial terrorist attacks, including drone attacks, cruise missiles, and unmanned aerial vehicles aimed at the rear of the state of Israel. The rear is probably a bad translation. In recent years, he was one of the project leaders for the production of drones, unmanned aerial vehicles in Lebanon, established sites to create explosives and collection drones in Lebanon, some of which were located under civilian buildings in the capitals and other areas in Lebanon. I think explosive and collection drones is explosive drones and maybe reconnaissance drones. And then it says here, hold on, I'll keep showing you the rest of it. He joined the organization Hezbollah in the 1980s and performed a variety of roles. Hold on a second here. Give me a second here. Hang on one moment. Okay, he joined the terrorist organization Hezbollah, says Israel, in the 1980s and performed a variety of roles, including commander of in the surface-to-air missile unit, the Aziz unit in the Radwan force, and was Hezbollah's emissary to Yemen regarding the Houthi terrorist regime's air array. During the Iron Swords War, he promoted and executed many drone attack designs, including unmanned aerial vehicles, collection and explosive devices aimed against the Israeli rear and IDF forces. The IDF will continue to work to... Oh, new airstrike. Hold on, new airstrike. Let me show you that. Hold on a second. What am I doing here? New airstrike. New strike in over there in Tyre, Lebanon. Look. The end of that statement says the IDF will continue to work to undermine the capabilities of the terrorist organization Hezbollah and dismantle the organization's top command. So today, yet again, another targeted airstrike in well, they say in Beirut, I believe it was a Beirut suburb, another targeted airstrike by Israel, taking out another Hezbollah commander, another person in Hezbollah who has been in the organization for decades, since, I mean, it was founded in the 80s, so since close to the beginning, if not the beginning. And they did it again. Unbelievable. That was another strike there we just saw. But I mean, this keeps happening. All of these senior commanders with Hezbollah. A lot, people who've been there for decades. Oh, another explosion right here. Is that an airstrike? Right there. Entire. The replay, I'll show you when I get a chance. It was not much to see. The replay of the strike, it was just in the distance. The Beirut airstrike, we had a wide shot of Beirut, and you see some smoke come up on a little building. That was what we saw when that strike happened. So it's not that much to show. I can show it a little later, but it's not that much to really look at or to see. You don't see much. But it's like every day practically they're taking out a new Hezbollah commander in an airstrike. That's pretty close. This is pretty close right here. That's pretty close to where the camera is. I don't know if it's if it was a strike or if something's burning or what. Thank you to Richard Foley for your support. Thank you, Richard. Also, Saku Setala, thank you. And Caitlin Hill, thank you so much. I don't know what's going on over there. Oh, the IDF posted a I forgot to say this. The IDF did post a video of the strike. I can show you that. Guys, real quick, here's a video of the strike today from the IDF. Look. Right here. I'll post the link in the chat too. But you can that's the strike right there. See, it's look at that. It's like 3 missiles. I don't know. It's like, it's not the whole building. It's like a specific floor of the building. Can you see? I'll actually make this bigger. Here, look. TARDIS says, Sherry in a TARDIS says, dang, so precise. Yeah, the whole building was not taken out. It was like a specific floor or something. I mean, the intelligence, they know where these people are. I mean, yesterday there was that airstrike that killed the head of, was it yesterday or the day before, that killed the head of the rocket and missile force? And that was another thing where the person was in a building. They didn't take out the whole building. They seemed to know where in the building the person was. I mean, they have this intelligence on these very high up people in Hezbollah where they just know exactly where they are. They said it was F-35s that launched these precise munitions. It just seems like Hezbollah, it's so compromised. Oh, people are saying you can see people run. Yeah, and look, there may have very well been innocent people hurt and killed in this. Oh, like on the bottom, the people running on the bottom. You're saying the people running on the bottom, right? Bottom right. Excessive Force says it does look like they're firing from different angles. Maybe the missiles are just aimed at different parts of the building. You know, maybe it was several missiles aimed at different parts of the building. Unbelievable. Thank you so much, Ray Knight. Ray Knight just gave a bunch of people memberships. Thank you, Ray Knight. I really appreciate that. Make sure you thank Ray Knight if you got a membership from them. I don't know if it's secondary explosions or if it's just, I can't tell you, are all, looks like each of those might be an individual hit. Maybe secondaries after or something. I don't know. I can't tell you. But certainly looks like the first few are different, maybe different. There was a report of 3 missiles earlier, so it looks like several missiles coming from different sides. But, wow. I'll post a link to this in the chat if you want to, you can look at it on your own or whatever. But just crazy. So another commander taken out by Israel. I just posted the link in the chat. You can also find it on my X account @Lookner. Oh, look, and this is still burning too, whatever this is, entire Lebanon. Thank you so much, Ray Knight, for the gift memberships. That's super nice of you. I appreciate that. And for becoming a member. Thanks also to all of our moderators. Really appreciate it. Big Ball of Yarn Hearsay. I got that fire. Surly Dev on Twitch. Thank you. K. Larry Body. Ronald Egnor on Facebook. Thank you. Carms, thank you. Linda Gordon is here in the chat. Thanks, Linda, for watching. And our Linda Belk and Larry on X. I mean, it really is just striking. They just know where these top people are, and it's like pretty much every day it seems like there's another new airstrike taking out a new, another long-time, high-ranking Hezbollah commander. Who confirmed the fatality on the ground? I don't know about that. It's a good question, Ty S. I don't know how they confirm it. Thank you, Laney59 as well, for becoming a member. Mr. Bigley says, very good intelligence. Hezbollah must be paranoid as blank. I don't know if this was an airstrike or a fryer. I honestly don't know. Like, I didn't hear people start shouting. It took me a second to get over there when we were watching the other thing, but again, I don't know if that was an airstrike. I'd have to go back and look. You know what? Maybe I'll get the old clip. Because I was showing something else. I was reading you the announcement from the IDF. Let me look. Would have been about 5 minutes ago, maybe. I'll check it. We'll go back and look. Barak Ravid, one of our viewers mentioned that Barak Ravid reported a Netanyahu aide told reporters during the flight to New York that Israel's direction right now is not a ceasefire but further military action against Hezbollah. Now that doesn't mean there can't be a ceasefire, but the signs of a ceasefire agreement are not great right now. Okay, I'm going to check this clip when this started. Yeah, so hold on. You really can't see it, can you? I'm checking the clip, and I'll show you the clip in a second. No, it just kind of starts smoking from off the camera. Yeah, you really can't tell from the clip how this started, whether it was an airstrike or not. Let me show you here the clip of when this started a few minutes ago, this fire thing. But so you have the shot there, and then it just, the smoke kind of just starts. So here's the shot, and you'll just start seeing some smoke coming from over here. And then the camera eventually goes over there. See, there's even a little smoke right. See, there's smoke right there. This is a few minutes ago. But see, and then the camera goes over there. It's already smoking. So I don't know what the origin of this was. That you just saw when they started showing it, and you just can't tell from that shot what it was. But there wasn't a big boom, and there was certainly not a big column of smoke. So I don't know if a fire just started or what. Anyways, that's the live shot right there. Kind of strange. You would think if it was an airstrike there, you would have some big column or something. What happened? Something else happened? Something else now? Oh, wow. Huge, huge, huge. Wow. Look at that. Whoa. Wow. Whoa. There have been a number of strikes, including some big strikes in Tyre today. Look at that. And this is in the middle of these big buildings. Clearly, the Israeli offensive, the airstrikes are still very much happening today. Wow. It's windy, so the smoke ends up getting blown away, but that was pretty huge. I mean, look, there's airstrikes in other places too. I don't know today if this is one of the more hit places. Maybe there's a bunch of towns with a lot of strikes today, but there's been a lot around here. Now you're hearing sirens again. Yeah, I agree, Eggy K. The camera work has been very good there today. These camera people are doing a great job. And they're in a dangerous place. I mean, the camera people are covering this, and they're seeing these airstrikes around them. Abbas is addressing the UN, Cozy Raccoon says. Oh, the Palestinian State of Palestine leader, President Mahmoud Abbas of the Palestinian Authority, is speaking. I might show that. Give me a moment, though. Maybe I'll put it in the corner. Thanks for letting me know.
Endorsed by a resolution taken by the League of Nations in 1930. This was a resolution by the League of Nations, and we will accept nothing else regardless of the circumstances. Ladies and gentlemen,
Oh, more!
have
Hold on. More
repeatedly
strikes. More strikes.
warned.
More strikes. Hold on. I just heard a boom. Hold on. Hold on. We gotta concentrate on one thing at a time here. We just heard another boom, and more strikes happening. So let's just focus on this for now. Sorry, I was gonna show the Abbas speech at the UN, but I just want to focus on this for right now, because there's a lot of activity going on right now. We just heard a boom of some sort. We're hearing some screaming. I remember the end of yesterday, things got pretty intense in Tyre too. Wow. Look on the left, the smoke continues to come out, but
all-out war of genocide against Gaza. It committed and continues to commit war crimes as acknowledged by the international community. They're called war crimes. Israel today is now launching a new aggression on the brotherly Lebanese people. The Lebanese people are now being subjected to a war of genocide. And Israel must stop the war in Lebanon and in Palestine. We condemn this aggression and we demand that it stops immediately. Israel has reoccupied the Gaza Strip in its entirety, and it has destroyed it almost entirely, so that Gaza is no longer fit for life. Most homes have been destroyed. The same applies to most buildings, health facilities, educational facilities, economic buildings, roads, churches, mosques, water plants, electric plants, and sanitation plants. Anybody who goes to Gaza who'd known it before would not recognize it anymore. It's no longer there. 75% of everything in Gaza has been fully destroyed. If Israel thinks that it would get away from being held accountable and punished for these crimes, then it is delusional. The international community must immediately impose sanctions on Israel. The massacres, the crimes, the genocide that Israel has been perpetrating against our people since its inception in 1948 to this very day will not go unpunished. There is no statute of limitations. Rights will never be lost as long as there are those who demand them. And despite our repeated calls and demands, the world has not succeeded in obliging Israel, this transient state, to stop this war of genocide and its war crimes against innocent civilian residents. We regret that the U.S. administration, the democracy of the world, the largest democracy in the world, obstructed 3 times draft resolutions in the Security Council demanding Israel to observe a ceasefire. The U.S. alone stood and said, no, the fighting is going to continue. It did this by using the veto. And added to that, it furnished Israel with the deadly weapons that it used to kill thousands of innocent civilians, children and women. And this further encouraged Israel to continue its aggression. As long as the U.S. is supporting it, then why not keep going? Since it's already an aggressing state. This is the United States, the very country that was the only member in the Security Council that voted against granting the state of Palestine full membership in the UN. We don't deserve membership in the eyes of America, so they use the veto against it. I don't understand how the United States could insist on opposing our people, insist on depriving us of our legitimate rights to freedom and independence, as is the right of the rest of the countries, 194 countries, and we are no less than them. Ladies and gentlemen, Israel, which refuses to implement United Nations resolutions, does not deserve to be a member in this international organization. Israel, whose permanent representative in this organization, says that the very building of the United Nations, and he said that this building must be removed. This building that we are sitting in right now, it must be wiped off the face of the earth. This country does not deserve to be a member in this organization. It is, from the very beginning,
I have a breaking news update
it
for
has
you.
from the very beginning not fulfilled the
A quick breaking news update. Tom Winter of NBC News reports Mayor Eric Adams of New York City has been indicted and faces the following charges: conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and to receive campaign contributions by foreign nationals. Wire fraud, solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national, solicitation for a contribution by a foreign national, and bribery. That's a list of the charges. Okay, we'll talk more. I'll leave the speech up again, but I'll talk more about that in a second.
And Israel are committed to the implementation of those resolutions. And since 1949 to this very day, nothing has happened. We are going to submit a request, an application to the General Assembly on this matter. And as I said, if you return, then we will return. If they do not step back, then we will do more. I take this opportunity to commend the member states of the United Nations that voted with more than a two-thirds majority in favor of the draft resolution submitted by the State of Palestine, supported by a large number of friendly and sisterly countries, to adopt the ICJ's historic advisory opinion issued on the 19th of July 2024 to end the illegal Israeli occupation of the State of Palestine in a period of 12 months. For the very first time, there is a specific time frame. We demand the implementation of this particular requirement, including an immediate cessation of annexation and settlement activities, dismantling of existing settlements, and evacuating settlers from Palestinian territories. There's 600,000 settlers, and they're living on our land. Why don't they go back to their homes? We must give reparations to Palestinians and for damages that were a result of the unlawful policies and the practices of the occupation, and many other such issues that were mentioned in the ICJ's advisory opinion.
Let me just read you the counts again against Eric Adams, just so you get those again. This is from Susan Lee, who is with CNBC, I believe. She says there are 5 counts against Mayor Eric Adams. They are... she's with Fox Business, CNBC, and Bloomberg TV, she says. Anyways, conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery, and to receive campaign contributions by foreign nationals. That's 1 count. Wire fraud is a 2nd count. Count 3, solicitation of contribution by a foreign national. Count 4, solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Count 5, bribery. And she says Turkey has been referenced in the indictment.
In the positions of member states in the United Nations as they support Palestinians' rights to an independent state that is recognized and that deserves full membership in this organization, as is the case with the rest of the countries in the world that love freedom and peace. In the name of the Palestinian people, I thank you for this support. I thank you for your support of what is right, of justice, to achieve peace in our region. I call upon you to apply the laws of international law according to responsibilities and sovereignty. We don't ask you for more than you can do. We ask every state to give us our support within the realm of its responsibility and sovereignty. I also express our gratitude and appreciation for the demonstrations that spoke against the genocide in Gaza and that supported Palestinian rights that have been taking place throughout the world, including the American people. And I acknowledge the American people are marching in the streets in these demonstrations, and we are grateful to them. We appreciate what is happening in European countries and the noble supporters that come to Palestine, risking their lives as Israelis attack them. And here, I would like to make special mention of the Turkish-American martyr Aisha Noor, killed by the occupation army in cold blood. I say to those, the Palestinian people will not forget your honorable stand. We will remember you proudly when the occupation is eliminated and when our people enjoy freedom and independence. Ladies and gentlemen, recently there was much talk about the next day, the day after. What shall we do on the day after? What is our policy for the day after? And I say to you, the day after the end of the war in the Gaza Strip, I take this opportunity today to give you our view of what is needed immediately and on the day after the war ends. This is our proposal. We propose it to you. You can accept it, you can change it, you can amend it. We are ready for all that. First of all, a comprehensive and permanent ceasefire in Gaza and an end to the military aggressions and attacks by terrorist settlers in the West Bank and East Jerusalem. Second, humanitarian aid must be delivered urgently in an organized manner and in sufficient quantities, because there's nothing in Gaza and they need everything. This humanitarian aid must be delivered throughout Gaza. Third, a full Israeli withdrawal from the Gaza Strip. We refuse the establishment of buffer zones or taking any part from Gaza. Gaza is only 7 kilometers by 40, and Israel wants to cut it up. It wants a piece here and a piece there, and we will not allow a single centimeter of Gaza to be taken. We demand that we stop the forced displacement inside the Gaza Strip or outside the Gaza Strip. We demand the return of those displaced to their homes or to have housing provided to them. Netanyahu wants in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip people to be displaced, to be evacuated to Egypt and to Jordan. We refused. The Jordanian and Egyptian governments, and I thank them for this, said we will not allow the displacement of any Palestinians and eviction of the Palestinians from their lands. Fourth, we demand the protection of UNRWA and humanitarian organizations from Israel's actions and to provide political and financial support to these organizations so that they can perform their role and offer their services to the Palestinian refugees until they return home. UNRWA was established to do its job until the refugees return. And every day Israel finds an excuse to convince others that UNRWA's work must be ended. Fifth, we demand international protection for the Palestinians on the lands of their occupied land. We want protection. We are not fighting Israel. We cannot fight Israel. And we don't want to fight. But we want protection. We want our children, our women, our families to be protected internationally. Sixth, Palestine, the state of Palestine must shoulder its responsibilities in the Gaza Strip and impose its full mandate on it and jurisdiction on it, including the border checkpoints, especially the Rafah international border between Egypt and Palestine, as part of a comprehensive plan. This has existed before and it must return to the way it was. Seventh, and within the context of a comprehensive national reform process. This is a process that we're undertaking, and most countries have reviewed it, supported it, confirmed it, and thanked the Palestinian government for it. And hopefully we will continue with this process till the very end. In terms of this process, we will reconstruct our infrastructure and state institutions destroyed by Israel. We will revive the economy and establish sustainable development and rebuild the Gaza Strip. And we will hold the State of Israel fully responsible. Eighth, the authority of the State of Palestine and the Palestinian government and the PLO, the legitimate and sole representative of the Palestinian people, will have authority on all Palestinian territories in the Gaza Strip, the West Bank, and Eastern Jerusalem, as has been stipulated for us by international law. We are not asking for more, but we will not accept any less. The West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and the Eastern Jerusalem. We will not ask for more, but we will not accept any less. We will hold general elections. We're ready to hold the elections. We've been ready in the past, but Israel refused to allow us to hold these elections in Jerusalem. But if this were to happen, we're ready to hold these elections and to form a Palestinian government in accordance with the results of these elections. Ninth, we will continue to mobilize the largest possible international support so that the State of Palestine can achieve full membership in the United Nations as soon as possible. What do we lack to be sitting amongst you? What do we lack to be on the same footing as 194 official member states in the United Nations? We have the land, we have the authority, we have the people, we have the culture, we have the knowledge, we have everything that we need. We ask you to help us. 10th, the full implementation of the General Assembly resolution on the advisory opinion that we mentioned, issued by the International Court of Justice in a manner that would lead to the end of the occupation in 12 months, as stipulated by the resolution, as set by the advisory opinion. Number 11, hold an international peace conference under the auspices of the United Nations within a year to apply the two-state solution. So we hold this international conference so that we would resolve all the problems that remain between us and Israel. By the way, we recognize the State of Israel, but Israel doesn't recognize us. We want a solution that would protect both countries, the State of Palestine and the State of Israel, so that they can coexist in peace, stability, and security. Number 12, to adopt international peacekeeping forces by virtue of a Security Council resolution between the states of Palestine and Israel to guarantee the security of both countries. We call for guaranteeing the security of both countries. These are the elements of our vision for the day after, for today and for the day after the war ends, in the state of Palestine in general. And I call upon you to adopt this plan and to provide all the necessary means to guarantee its success. Ladies and gentlemen, a few weeks ago, I declared that I've decided to lead a Palestinian delegation to the Gaza Strip so that we can stand by our people who have been exhausted by the Israeli genocide war. I call upon you to support this decision by issuing a United Nations decision resolution by the United Nations here, by pressuring the occupying government so that it would not obstruct this effort. And here I welcome any state, any party that wants to join us in this visit. We'll be happy to go with you to Gaza so that we could all see the tragedies that are taking place. I salute our heroic people that are sacrificing all that is precious for Palestine in the Gaza of sacrifice, in the West Bank of solidarity, of Al-Quds, which is our crown jewel and our capital. We salute our people in the diaspora in the camp, in the refugee camps, to our brave prisoners in Israeli prisons. 6,000 prisoners. Israel arrests whoever it wants. Those prisoners whose dignity is being violated every day. Palestine will be free. It will be free despite anyone who objects to that. Our people will live on the land of their fathers and grandfathers as they have done for more than 6,000 years. They will continue their legitimate struggle for independence. The occupation will end, will end, will end. God's and peace blessings be upon you.
All right. That was Mahmoud Abbas.
En nombre de la Asamblea.
All right. That was Mahmoud Abbas. We just heard from him. President of the State of Palestine. And that is the title given under which he is speaking at the UN. The official, that's what they say when they on the schedule. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to turn that off. We don't need this at this point. Hold on. All right. So I posted in the chat. If you want to read it, I posted it in the chat. And on my X account, the actual indictment of Mayor Eric Adams of New York City. If you want to read it, you can go to my X account. It's posted there. I reposted Brian Stelter's post. There it is, the PDF. I will post a link to my X account in the chat if you want to see it. Let me just read you a little bit about that real quick as we keep an eye on the camera from Tyre, Lebanon. I'm not going to do full coverage of this right now, but just to update you here from the Associated Press, NYC Mayor Eric Adams charged with taking bribes and illegal campaign funds from foreign sources. He was indicted on charges he took illegal campaign contributions and bribes from foreign nationals in exchange for favors that included helping Turkish officials get fire safety approvals for a new diplomatic building in the city. He faces conspiracy, wire fraud, and bribery charges in a 5-count indictment that describes a decade-long trail of crimes. The indictment says that Adams compounded his gains from the illegal contributions by gaming the city's matching funds program, which provides a generous match for small dollar donations. His campaign received more than $10,000 in matching funds as a result of I think it's not 10,000, I think it's like 10 million or something, as a result of the, let me check that. It says his campaign received, oh, hold on. What's happening now? What's happening now? It says hold on. I think it's just an issue with the camera or something. $10 million. What's happening now? According to the indictment, it says that he got... Hold on. What's happening now? They might be... I don't know what they're doing. Oh, red alert, rocket alert. Rocket alert, I see. People are saying there's a rocket alert. I guess they're seeing the rockets getting fired. We're seeing the rockets getting fired from Lebanon in that shot right there. That's what we're seeing. The rockets getting fired. I'll show you where the rocket... We saw this has happened before. You can see they're seeing the rockets when they got fired. Same rough location the last time. These are rockets heading for northern Israel. Kind of hard to see. But these, look at that. Oh yeah, I think those are interceptions. I think those might be interceptions. Those are interceptions right now you're seeing. Those are interceptions you're seeing right there. That's a live shot of interceptions that they're seeing with the close-up on their camera. Wow. Those are rockets being fired from Lebanon towards Israel getting intercepted. You were just seeing that live. Amazing.
Okay. Yeah, sure, cool.
So these alerts were for north of the Sea of Galilee in northern Israel. About an hour and a half or 2 hours ago, something very similar happened. There were launches from this area, and people there saw them, and it was towards the same place in Israel. I'll show you where that is in a second. But this is Upper Galilee area. But we actually saw a bunch of the interceptions there. Wow.
طلعوا الطيران
1 second here.
يلا يلا يلا.
Hold on. Oh, another airstrike. Wow, look at that, guys. Airstrike right there. Right there. I wonder if that was like a launch site that was targeted or something. But look at that. Right after the launches, an airstrike. Entire Lebanon. Wow. Are you guys getting more alerts? So far, I have not gotten more alerts on the SoFar app. I got alerts 2 minutes ago. Is my app not working? People are saying no. Okay. Yeah, 3 minutes ago. It was 3 minutes ago was when the alerts were. And they were for... There was a bunch of rocket alerts north of Sea of Galilee in the northeastern Israel. I'll let you know what I hear about that. So a bunch of rockets got fired, and then we just saw this big airstrike there. Entire Lebanon. I'll let you know what I hear about the rockets. I'll have to check sources, some of the local sources, to see what they're saying. Wow. Right after those rockets were shot, we saw that airstrike right there. I don't know if it's that this area is targeted a lot, or maybe just like lots of areas are targeted this much. I don't know. But we've been seeing a bunch today. So clearly a bunch of interceptions. We actually saw them. I haven't heard whether any of the rockets made it through the Iron Dome, but we saw a bunch of interceptions there. Wow. This is unconfirmed. News the Security Cabinet on Telegram is claiming that over 80 rockets were launched in the last barrage. I haven't seen that elsewhere. So that would be a lot for a single... I mean, it's not like some crazy big... It's not like, oh, here's the big retaliation people have been waiting for months or something. But that's a pretty big barrage, 80. I can't confirm it was that many, though, at this point. That was just one report on Telegram. So I don't know if it was 80. That would be pretty big. Here, yes, N12 News says about 80 rockets. About 80 rockets were launched. Oh, and N12 News Israel is saying that this could be a response because this comes after, remember, Israel, just several hours ago, Israel launched a targeted strike in a Beirut suburb that killed the Hezbollah commander of drones, basically, their air commander, air operations commander. So, so this could very well be like their response to that. That's what N12 is suggesting. And that'd be my guess, is that they're going to come out with an announcement and they're going to say, we fired this big barrage in response to the killing of the head of the air unit in Hezbollah in this targeted strike today. That's probably what it was. I'm guessing they will come out with an announcement about it. About 80 rockets. By the way, according to Barak Ravid, when Netanyahu got to New York today, he said, our policy is clear. We continue to hit Hezbollah with all our might. We will not stop until we achieve all of our goals. First of all, returning the residents of the North safely to their homes. This is the policy and no one will mistake it. Doesn't mean there can't be a ceasefire, but Israel is saying their goal is to, as they've been saying for weeks now, to let the people of Israel, 70,000 or so, move back to their homes in northern Israel by stopping the Hezbollah attacks on northern Israel and moving Hezbollah away from the border. So, I mean, there's a world in which they reach some agreement with Hezbollah, but it's going to have to be some agreement that gets them to that goal or on the way to that goal. Thank you so much, MetaGuide, for your support. I really appreciate that, MetaGuide. Thank you. And also, UV, thank you for the gift memberships. UV, and also Stevie Augie. Stevie Augie says, why does Hezbollah not have the ability to defend their skies? They seem like fish in a barrel. You mean with the airstrikes. Thank you, Stevie Augie. Thanks also, Notorious Rob, for your support on Twitch, and the Metalomaniac, thank you for your support on Twitch. Oh, this is interesting. Olya Scootercaster reported Trump is expected to deliver remarks at 4:30 at Trump Tower today. I bet he's going to talk about Eric Adams. Again, Olya posted this. It's an official announcement. Trump expected to deliver remarks at Trump Tower at 4:30. I would not be surprised if that's about Eric Adams. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong. I think I'm going to be sleeping at that point. Eric Adams is saying he will not resign, by the way, today, after the indictment came out. We have seen some big airstrikes today in Tyre. I'd be interested in knowing if it's like this in a lot of southern Lebanon, or for some reason today if there was more of a focus on this area, but it's been pretty regular. I don't know if I'll have hurricane coverage. I got to sleep some after this, and we'll see how everything comes out. Maybe I might cover the hurricane later. I'm just not sure. We'll have to see how things work out. I'd like to do some coverage of it, but I just don't know how things are going to go. There is a report. I just want to pass this along.
منك شغله بس احكي عن السكاي لاين كيف صاير ريش تروح لهونيك وجابوا لي حتى انا بعرف كمان شو اسمه جراي تقريبا اللون هيدا مسيطر على هاي وحده وراك ايوه خلاص
Another airstrike right there. Wow, look at that. Another one, guys. Look at all the buildings in front of it. That you can see how big those plumes are. Wow. Another airstrike. The Wall Street Journal, by the way, just a little aside here. The Wall Street Journal reports that China's newest nuclear submarine sank in the spring in port while it was at a shipyard, which is interesting. Anyways, that's an aside. It's a news story from the Wall Street Journal. I reposted it on my X account. Anyways, another airstrike here. They say China's newest nuclear-powered attack submarine sank in the spring. A major setback for one of China's priority weapons programs, U.S. officials said. Chinese authorities scrambled to cover it up, and it hasn't been previously disclosed. It occurred at a shipyard near Wuhan a few months ago.
Okay, whatever.
بس هي من دون ما تتحرك اصلا من محلها هي بتطلع بعمل فوكس عليها بس.
We have seen a bunch of airstrikes again in the Tyre area today. I think it's going to start getting dark soon. Sunset is technically like 10 minutes from now. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take my contacts out. I'm going to just switch out my contacts. If you give me 2 seconds here. I just need 1 minute to take out my contacts. Oops, I'm not even on the camera. Sorry. Give me 1 minute. I'm just going to take my contact lenses out. I'll be right back.
Well, Maya, in the past 10 minutes, there were several airstrikes here in the Tyre region. Once again, I'll ask our camera, I need to zoom in and show us the last one, latest. It's around the village of Zipun, towards the east of Tyre. Actually, the skyline here in Tyre is greyish because of the number of airstrikes over the day. Tell me, after you finish seeing this and pan and take us a bit towards the other ones, because there are several. And yeah, the grey colors dominating the sky here. Also, rockets have been launched from this area towards Israel, towards Safed, as you can see now the indication showing. But the main issue is that Israel has been trying to hit Hezbollah on different layers. And this is one of the layers. Israel is saying that they are targeting the short-range and mid-range missiles they pose. So this is on the operational side. The main layer that's being hit, as we've seen with Zayna and Dorsa, was the command control layer. Also was there was an attempt by the Israelis to hit through the communication attacks, the device attacks, pagers, and the walkie-talkies. An issue also that we have to take into consideration now with Israel hitting residential areas, trying to get people out of these areas towards being internally displaced. this is aiming mainly at the internal front, at Hezbollah supporters, people who accept the narrative of Hezbollah, trying to make a split between them and the organization. So it's a multi-layered targeting from Israel, and from Hezbollah's side, it's mainly a military targeting. We've seen Hezbollah over the past 11 months, launching attacks on the border, and for the past few days going deeper into Israel, hitting places close to Haifa and the north center.
Thanks for your patience.
Well, Mariam, the issue is that many people in these villages in the background, and also the towns surrounding Sur, Tyre, were leaving. They just evacuated, just left. Now, of course, there are some people left there because they
Oh, Eric Adams is speaking. Can I use that though?
in the houses. This is something common.
Eric Adams is speaking right now, guys. Really quick. Hang on a moment.
I don't want to go on Steve.
Let me put on Eric Adams.
I think
Mayor.
that, people fail to properly realize that we have over 300,000 dedicated
Hang on one second.
employees. Over 300,000.
That's Mayor Eric
Those
Adams.
who decided to transition and do some more things with their lives, many of them told me ahead of time they were going to do that. But we have an amazing, credible team of dedicated New Yorkers, and they're going to continue to do that. I think that's what's going to surprise everyone. 10 months ago, when my phones were removed, like today it was about my phones. Same thing that happened 10 months ago. Today was about my phones. Let's get clear on that. When they removed my phones 10 months ago, people said that all of a sudden the city was going to collapse. It was not going to move forward. Look what has happened over 10 months. Over 10 months, more jobs in the city history, more small businesses open, decreasing crime. You're seeing over and over again success over and over again. So we're going to continue to prosper. We're going to continue to move forward, and we're looking forward to that in the city. Yes. How are you doing? Yes. Well, listen, I think that when you do an analysis, and all of you have covered this, it is a felony to release a grand jury communications. That's a felony. So you can't break the law to enforce the law. And when you look at the drip of information, when you look at our cooperation, our attempts to sit down and cooperate, when you look at what has taken place, there's been a narrative of giving the appearance that there was something improper that's done and it was just wrong. No, well, I think we should ask again, as I stated earlier. We should ask those who are conducting this
Hold on. What's happening? What's happening? What's happening?
Who gave the directive to carry out what we have witnessed?
Hold on. Is there something else happening here? More rockets? What's happening? What's going on? What's going on? Uh-oh. Sorry, I want to just see. Oh, there's rockets. They saw rockets. More rockets got fired. More rockets got fired. That's what happened, guys. More red alerts. Interceptions. I bet we're going to see interceptions now. That looks like at least one interception there. There was just one alert. There was just one alert for Sheffer, Upper Galilee. There was one rocket alert, and it looks like maybe one interception because there was one rocket alert. So, again, that does look maybe like one rocket alert, one interception. Let me just show you real quick here. See, that's from so far, one rocket alert in northern Israel, northwest of Galilee. Sea of Galilee. Okay. Let me turn the audio on for the people who want it for the Mayor Eric Adams press conference. Hold on. I'll turn that up a little bit.
Participate in your donors. We do not participate in foreign donors. We know what those rules are, and we comply with those rules. And I think that my attorneys are going to reveal that as we move forward.
Mayor, who is your point person dealing with major city businesses? You deal with this. That's number one. And number two, is there any circumstance by which you would resign?
No, listen, I'm here. I was elected by the people of this city, over 700,000 strong. Absolutely. And this is a city that is extremely resilient. This is a city that we have gone through some difficult and hard times, and we're going to continue to move forward as a city. And that's what that's shown. I think the narrative here that's missing, 10 months ago when my phones were removed, we have not gone backwards. We have not stood still. We showed how we operate during difficult times. And when you say who's the point person that's going to deal with business communities, who's going to deal with the business of running the city, the point person is Eric Adams. I'm the mayor of the city of New York. And I have a competent team, of deputy mayors, a competent team of people who are going to continue to lead forward. And we're excited about that. Okay, go ahead, Katie. Yeah.
Retaliation for speaking out against the migrant crisis. But according to the indictment, it dates back to your 2021 campaign, the name of co-conspirator, who you said you deleted messages from. I mean, the allegations seem to go in line with what we've been reporting for at least a year, almost a year. What do you say to that? I mean, you said you traveled to these countries. Do you deny that you took any kickbacks from these countries? Do you deny that you intervened on behalf of the Turkish government to try to get these guys?
Yeah, that's an elaborate question.
All the allegations in the 54-page indictment. Have you guys had
Listen, my legal team, thank you. My legal team is going to peruse the entire indictment. We got it today when it was released. The news media received information before we did, as they have been receiving for the last 10 months. It appears as though the goal is to try this case publicly and not in the criminal justice system that's in place. And so based on what I read, it's clear that if it's campaign violations, I know I don't violate the campaign.
That's right.
If it's foreign donors, I know I don't take money from foreign donors. And I verbalized that to the team, both in writing and both in communication. And we will continue to do that. And we look forward for the legal team to handle this as I handle the city of New York and continue the success that we've witnessed in the last 2 years and 9 months as the mayor of the city of New York. Thank you very much.
All right, so
it won't happen. It won't happen.
All right. Hold on. And now, all right, we're still covering what's going on in Lebanon, but I figured because we had the video of it, I would have cut to it earlier. I didn't realize it was airing. So we saw some of what Mayor Eric Adams said. There's about to be a press conference from the U.S. Attorney. Okay, so I'm going to show you. I assume it'll start shortly, and I'll just play the audio of that as well. The U.S. Attorney about the indictment of Mayor Eric Adams. So, and again, I'll keep an eye on the live shot too, and go to that if we see anything on that. So, anyways, I know some people are interested in both stories. So, but I think that's about to start the U.S. Attorney's press conference, U.S. Attorney Damian Williams. But if I see anything like on the feed or hear anything else, urgent with Lebanon, I'll just go to that. I appreciate you all being with the coverage, and also all of our. Thank you to Wolfie, our new member, and Died in Brooklyn. Thank you. And Robert Bradford, our new member. Thank you, Robert. And Rachel, thanks for the gift membership. And all of our moderators, I really appreciate it. Oh, by the way, thanks Lala Carp Diem on, probably pronouncing that wrong, on Twitch for your support. and all of our moderators. Big Ball of Yarn here say I got that fire in Surly Dev on Twitch. Margaret Riley on Facebook.
All right, we'll start the Eric Adams press conference in about 2 minutes.
Okay.
No questions, and we'll give presentment information when it's available. Thank you.
Okay, they're about to start the press conference, but let me thank our moderators. And Ronald Egnor, K. Larry Body on Facebook.
Is that okay for you guys? Yeah. All right.
Carms over there on YouTube. Linda Belk and Larry on X. So I'll keep an eye on the Lebanon stuff while the press conference is going on, and we'll cover both things. Oops, I don't need this anymore. I will put something else up there to explain what we're watching. Okay. I'll keep checking for updates from Lebanon as well while this press conference is going on.
That was press conference.
I am keeping an eye on updates about Lebanon, about Hezbollah and Israel. Not seeing any huge updates at the moment. We have that live shot up there. I'll keep an eye on that. All right, starting now.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for gathering. My name is Damian Williams, and I'm the United States Attorney here in the Southern District of New York. Today, we are announcing campaign finance, bribery, and conspiracy charges against Eric Adams, the mayor of New York City. As the indictment alleges, Mayor Adams engaged in a long-running conspiracy in which he solicited and knowingly accepted illegal campaign contributions from foreign donors and corporations. As we allege, Mayor Adams took these contributions even though he knew they were illegal, and even though he knew these contributions were attempts by a Turkish government official and Turkish businessmen to buy influence with him. We also allege that the mayor sought and accepted well over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits from some of the same foreign actors who arranged many of the illegal campaign contributions. These benefits included free international business class flights and opulent hotel rooms in foreign cities. The mayor had a duty to disclose these gifts on his annual public disclosure forms so that the public could see who was giving him what. But as we allege, year after year after year, he kept the public in the dark. He told the public he received no gifts, even though he was secretly being showered with them. We allege that Adams accepted these benefits knowing that they were given to him because of his position, And in exchange for some of those improper benefits, he intervened in the New York City Fire Department's inspection process for a building owned and operated by the Turkish government, allowing it to open even though it had not passed the fire inspection. The corruption alleged in the indictment is, as I said, long-running. As we allege in the indictment, Adams' solicitation of illegal campaign contributions began in 2018. After he started raising funds for his 2021 mayoral campaign, he agreed to take contributions offered by multiple Turkish businessmen, several of whom he met in Turkey. Adams knew that these wealthy individuals could not legally donate in a U.S. election. Federal law clearly prohibits foreign donations. That's how we protect our elections from foreign influence. Yet Adams directed his staff to pursue this illegal money to support his campaign for mayor. And as we allege, Adams continued to pursue foreign money in secret well into 2021. And it didn't stop with his first campaign for mayor. As we allege, in 2023, the mayor rekindled these corrupt relationships, seeking more illegal campaign contributions from some of the same foreign sources to support his re-election campaign. Adams also took contributions that broke other laws. As we allege, he sought contributions from businessmen far in excess of what the law allowed. He also allegedly sought contributions from corporations, which are not allowed to contribute at all in New York City elections. Many of those illegal corporate contributions were organized by the same people who organized the illegal foreign contributions. And Adams allegedly disguised them all in the same way by accepting the money through so-called straw donors. A straw donor contributes someone else's money, hiding the money's illegal source, such as a foreign businessman, a corporation, or a wealthy New Yorker who has already contributed the maximum amount allowed. And as we allege, Adams circumvented all of these laws, taking contributions from exactly the sources the law prohibits, all to benefit his mayoral campaigns. Now, Adams also personally benefited from the illegal conduct alleged in the indictment. Adams solicited and accepted over $100,000 in luxury travel benefits for years from wealthy Turkish business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. Adams started accepting undisclosed luxury travel benefits at least as early as 2016. He took these benefits nearly every year through 2021. Here are some of the benefits that we uncovered during our investigation. In 2016, Adams flew to India through Turkey and received 2 free round-trip upgrades for business class seats. That's the highest class on Turkey's national airline. Those upgrades were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2017, Adams accepted free business class tickets for himself and his travel companions to France, Turkey, and China. And he was put up in the Bentley Suite in the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. All of that was worth more than $41,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. Also in 2017, he flew to China, again, through Turkey, and accepted 2 free business class tickets for himself and a companion. Those were worth more than $16,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2018, he flew to Hungary, through Turkey, and accepted free upgrades for business class seats. Those were worth more than $12,000, and none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2019, he flew to Turkey and accepted a free upgrade to business class for his companion and a free stay in a lavish suite at the St. Regis Hotel in Istanbul. That was worth more than $9,000. And again, none of it was publicly disclosed. In 2021, Adams solicited business class tickets to Istanbul, stays at luxury hotels and resorts, yacht tours, and meals. As we allege, he asked to pay a nominal fee for all of this in order to disguise what we allege were, in fact, bribes. He canceled that trip at the very last minute, but the benefits that he solicited were worth more than $21,000. And later in 2021, Adams flew to Ghana, again, through Turkey, and accepted free business class ticket upgrades and other gifts while he was on a layover in Istanbul. Those benefits were worth more than $12,000. And just like all the other benefits I've just run through, none of it was publicly disclosed. Now, I want to be clear. These upgrades and freebies were not part of some frequent flyer or loyalty program available to the general public. As we allege, this was a multi-year scheme to buy favor with a single New York City politician on the rise, Eric Adams. Now, this is a chart with all of the undisclosed travel benefits that we uncovered during the investigation. We just list it all out here. You see the year, 2016, 2017, 2017, 2018, 2019, and 2021. The destination, India all the way to Ghana. The benefits, the free upgrades or free tickets altogether, the hotel stays, and the value. And if you just sum up all the dollar amounts here, you get to more than $100,000. And of course, as I said before, every single trip that we list here was undisclosed. As we allege in the indictment, in addition to not disclosing these benefits, Adams sometimes created fake paper trails to try to cover up the travel benefits he solicited and received. Let me give you one example. Adams wrote emails to his staff suggesting he paid for his 2017 business class flights on the Turkish airline when, as we allege, he did not. Those flights were worth a lot of money. Just one ticket alone cost more than $10,000. But months after taking the flights, Adams wrote an email to a staff member and told the staff member that he had left cash in her desk drawer and that she should send the money to the Turkish airline to pay for a trip he had already taken. As the indictment makes clear, that's just a clumsy cover-up. Now, just because Adams received benefits for free, that doesn't mean that there weren't strings attached. As we allege, a particular Turkish government official behind many of the benefits Adams sought and accepted gave Adams all these things to gain influence over him. We allege that Adams knew that and took the benefits anyway. We allege that when the Turkish government official needed him, Adams also took corrupt official action in exchange for some of the luxury travel benefits. In 2021, the Turkish government official was trying to open a brand new high-rise building in Manhattan that would house Turkey's consulate. There was significant time pressure because the Turkish official desperately needed the building to be open in time for a visit from Turkey's president. This building was important to the Turkish official, and it was important to Turkey. But the FDNY's fire safety professionals wouldn't let the building open because the building hadn't passed an inspection. And not just that. Some of the people at the FDNY thought the building had so many issues and defects that the building was not safe to occupy. So the Turkish official sent word to Adams that it was, quote, his turn, unquote, to support Turkey. And as we allege, Adams delivered and pressured the fire department to let the building open. The FDNY professionals were convinced that they would lose their jobs if they didn't back down. And so they did. They got out of the way and let the building open. The Turkish official got what he wanted, and as we explained in the indictment, just 4 days after Adams held up his end of the bargain, he went right back to soliciting more travel benefits from the Turkish airline. Now, I want to make 3 things crystal clear. First, the conduct alleged in the indictment, the foreign money, the corporate money, the bribery, the years of concealment, is a grave breach of the public's trust. Public office is a privilege. We allege that Mayor Adams abused that privilege and broke the law. Laws that are designed to ensure that officials like him serve the people, not the highest bidder, not a foreign bidder, and certainly not a foreign power. These are bright red lines, and we allege that the mayor crossed them again and again for years. That is the only reason we are here today. Second, this investigation continues. We continue to dig, and we will hold more people accountable. And I encourage anyone with information to come forward and to do so before it is too late. And third, the Southern District of New York remains committed to rooting out corruption without fear or favor and without regard to partisan politics. We are not focused on the right or the left. We are focused only on right and wrong. That is our duty, and we will fulfill it. Now, today's charges are the product of a tremendous partnership. I want to thank our partners at FBI and the New York City Department of Investigation who have been with us every step of the way. And finally, I want to commend the outstanding career prosecutors from SDNY who are handling this case. Celia Cohen, Andrew Rohrbach, Hagen Scotton, and Derek Wickstrom, and the chiefs of the Public Corruption Unit, Laura Pomerantz and Robert Sobelman. It's now my pleasure to turn the podium over to FBI Assistant Director in Charge, James Dennehy.
Good morning, and thank you for being here today. The indictment of a sitting mayor is not just another headline. It is a stinging reminder that no one is above the law or beyond reproach, and it serves as a sobering moment for all of us who place our trust in elected officials. Today's indictment sends a powerful message to every elected official in this country. Public service is a profound responsibility and should be a noble calling. When that's perverted by greed and dishonesty, it robs us of our trust. It's a pact between leaders and their communities, built on the pillars of trust, accountability, and transparency. When that pact is broken, the consequences ripple far beyond one office or one election cycle. We know not all leaders are corrupt. We know there are countless public servants who wake up every day with the intention of doing right by their constituents. But we cannot ignore the shadow cast by moments like this. When trust is eroded, it takes years, sometimes decades, to rebuild. The weight of today's actions falls not just on the indicted official, but on every other public official who must now work harder to earn the public's confidence in them. It's important to remember accountability isn't just about punishing those with alleged wrongdoings. It's about lifting the communities they've let down. It's about rebuilding, restoring, and reimagining what public servants can and should do. It's up to us to demand more from our leaders, to hold them to the highest standards, and to remind them that the power of public office should never be abused. While some may be disappointed today, let me encourage you not to be defeated. The strength of our communities, our faith in one another, and our collective resilience are far greater than the alleged failings of any one individual. In closing, I'd like to thank the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Damian Williams, and his office, Commissioner Jocelyn Strauber and the New York City Department of Investigation and her team, as well as my team, the Public Corruption Squad here at FBI New York. Thank you.
I'd like to welcome up Commissioner Jocelyn Strauber from the New York City Department of Investigation.
Thank you, Damian. Good morning. Today, for the first time in New York City's modern history, we announce criminal charges against the sitting mayor of New York City. As our highest elected official, the mayor should set the standard for all of city government and exemplify the integrity, transparency, and dedication to serving the public that all New Yorkers deserve. Instead, the indictment unsealed today alleges that Mayor Adams abused his power and position for nearly a decade as Brooklyn Borough President and as mayor to enrich himself and his mayoral campaigns. As charged, he sought and received illegal campaign contributions, luxury travel, and other personal benefits from foreign nationals, as well as individuals and businesses. He allegedly took steps to conceal those illegal contributions and personal benefits and involved city employees and campaign staff in that concealment. As the indictment explains, this kind of corruption has real costs to the city and to the public. As alleged, the mayor's 2021 campaign falsely certified compliance with campaign finance laws in order to conceal those illegal campaign contributions and as a result of those false certifications, received over $10 million in public matching funds. The mayor's alleged acceptance and concealment of illegal contributions and personal benefits gave overseas benefactors, wealthy individuals, and businesses undue influence over the mayor, influence that federal and local laws seek to prevent. And as charged, in exchange for certain personal benefits, the mayor pressured the New York City Fire Department to forego a required fire safety inspection before the opening of the new Turkish consulate building. As the city's Inspector General, the Department of Investigation, a city agency, conducts its investigations confidentially and wholly independent of City Hall. We handled this investigation as we would any other, following the facts and seeking to hold wrongdoers accountable no matter their role or title. Our unique access to city records and expertise in matters of city government make us a critical partner in the fight to root out corruption, working closely with our law enforcement colleagues at the FBI and the U.S. Attorney's Office. If you have information about this case or about illegal conduct by any New York City official or employee, I encourage you to contact DOI by email at tipline@doi.nyc.gov or by phone at 212-825-2828. I want to thank the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York and the FBI for their partnership on this investigation. And I want to recognize and thank the dedicated, hardworking DOI investigators who are handling this matter. Senior Inspector General Eleanor Rivkin, Inspector General Audrey Feldman, Deputy Inspectors General Arturo Sanchez and Trenton Sweeney, and their supervisors, Deputy Commissioners Christopher Ryan and Dominic Zarella. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Can you just say, Mr. Mayor Eric Adams has said he's not going to resign. He said that this is a witch hunt because...
All right, so we got to watch that. I know a bunch of people were interested in that, and I was interested in it, so we watched that, and I will get rid of that now. Hold on a second here. Oops, that's the wrong one. Okay, you can see it is getting dark out there in Lebanon. It is currently 6:55 p.m. Hold on a second here. Let me turn the volume up on this a little bit. All right, so here is what I'm going to do. Thank you, by the way, to Wolfie, our new member. Also, hey, quick thanks to thank you to from all the way from Jerusalem, Avia Conway. Oh, sorry, AC. Sorry, the way I didn't read the whole note first. AC, thank you, and from Jerusalem, I appreciate that, and then also thanks to Chris Ferries for your support. So I think what I'm going to do is this. I'm not aware of any big updates at the moment. We've been, covering this as we usually do, as we've been doing. Before this, I actually did a stream before this on the when Eric Adams, when it first came out, he was indicted. We did a whole other stream before that. So, and then I may end up doing hurricane coverage, although I don't know, because I've been up all night. Basically, my schedule is now Israel time, basically. So I think I'm going to start wrapping up this live stream and sleep. I need to sleep some, and we're certainly going to keep covering this story. I may do hurricane coverage. We'll have to see how everything works out with the timing and everything. I don't know. There might be big developments in this, so we'll just have to see. But I very much appreciate you guys joining the broadcast, and we'll keep covering what's going on with Israel and Hezbollah and Lebanon and all that for you. So subscribe and follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. And turn on the notifications. We have a free notification system that lets you know when we're going live. I can never tell in advance when stuff's going to happen. If there's something that big that happens in 2 hours, I'll come on the air and cover it. But turn on the notifications. You can the mods will post the link to the notifications in the chat, and you can also find that notifications link in the YouTube and Facebook description for this broadcast. But the notifications are free to sign up for. It's our own notification system we do through Discord. So sign up for the free notifications, and also I will post updates when I'm not on the air on my X account, which is @Lookner on X. Follow me there. I will post updates when I'm not live about news going on. I'll post a link in the chat for that. And but where is all this going in Lebanon? Are we going to eventually see a ground operation by Israel? That I don't know. But we could. But we'll have to see where things go. So I'm sure we'll be covering it more. I really appreciate you being here, and I really appreciate our moderators. They're incredible. They're always here. They're the reason that we can have chat rooms. They're the ones keeping the chat respectful and civil. We got a lot of people with different views in the chat, but the mods are there to keep it, under control, and I really, really appreciate that. So shout out to all of our moderators. Danny James there right now, and all of our other YouTube moderators who've been there today. Thank you, Danny, and our other YouTube moderators. And also our Twitch moderators, all of them, people like Big Ball of Yarn, Hearsay, Idaho Star, I Got That Fire, Surly Dev, all the other Twitch moderators, and our Facebook moderators like Ronald Egnor. I think perfect timing in a sense. I think that's the end of the stream for the day from Tyre. I'll put up the Beirut stream. I'll let you look at Beirut while we have it though. There's the Beirut stream right there. I think that's the end of the Tyre stream for the day. There's Beirut. Nice shot of the sunset in Beirut. Thank you to Margaret Riley and Ronald Egnor and Kay Lowry Body over there moderating on Facebook, and Linda Belk and Larry on X. Thank you for moderating there. Also, huge thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. You are the ones who allowed this channel to exist by supporting it, who allowed me to get footage and all of that stuff. So thanks so much for your support. I owe a thank you to Bruce Kaiser and Dodger Blue 79. Thank you very much. And hang on a second here. I think I got everybody on Twitch. Yes, and if you ever want to donate to the channel, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you so much for supporting the channel and letting this channel exist and bring you news coverage. Also, I really appreciate people letting me read your comments on the air, sending me news updates in the chat and on my X account. So thanks for helping out with the coverage. And let's see here. Also, if there's huge news when I'm off the air, we'll come back on the air and do more live coverage. Let's see here. I was just double checking to see if there were any kind of big updates in the last couple minutes. I'm not seeing it at the moment, but I'll keep an eye out. Also, a reminder, we also have a chat that you can we have a chat that you can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air. our Discord chat. So check that out. A lot of our viewers like doing that. It's the same link as the notifications link. It's free. So check out the Discord chat. Also a reminder for people who are YouTube viewers, if you want to turn the YouTube notifications on, which I think is quite helpful, you got to do this thing on YouTube where there's this bell, the notifications bell. So if you subscribe on YouTube, you got to click this bell after you subscribe and then choose all notifications. So do that to turn the notifications on. And another good way to find out what's going on with the channel when we're doing broadcasts, and also schedule updates for the channel and some other channel news. I post that on the Agenda Free TV X account, which is at Agenda Free TV. So feel free to follow that account at Agenda Free TV on X. One of our viewers, Sublu, says, I have notifications turned on YouTube and I don't get them. Well, sign up for the free notification system and you'll get those. That's the best. And then you should send feedback to YouTube. Let them know you're not getting the notifications. But sign up for the free notifications, the Discord notifications. Those work. Sign up for those. But I would message YouTube and let them know if there's an issue with notifications. But that's why we have created our own notifications system. Hey, huge thanks to our Twitch subscribers. I really appreciate all your support over there. Thanks to John Deeds for the bits on Twitch. Thank you, John, very much. Our Twitch subscribers like Wall Street and Shaggy and Holistic and Big Ball of Yarn, thanks for subscribing there. Beautiful Profanity. Psyops, Alan Abi, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. And Abond V, and Rocky Coast, thanks for subscribing. I Got That Fire, thanks for subscribing. Hopefully I'm getting everybody over there. Too Many Records, thank you for subscribing. All of our other subscribers over there on Twitch, thank you for supporting the channel. Our Facebook subscribers too, like Diane Allworth, Eve Richards, Lou Green, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, Ronald Agnor, Jane Summers, all of our Facebook subscribers. Thanks so much for supporting the channel. Look at that nice sunset on Beirut, on the Beirut shot there. And all of our YouTube members as well. Big thanks to you for your support, like Turned Off, Sudden Updraft, Priyavrat Shadari. Thank you for subscribing. Mythical, Evelyn in Maine, the one and only, Henry, Anita Modaluski, Sublu, Rock NL Rolla, Jesse James. We're getting a little audio from that Beirut shot there. Donna Smith, thanks for being a member. Mythical. Aleppo Gambit, Kawana, Jojo I Am, To You, Jesse James, Go Niners, Toby Network, Irish Sweetness, the one and only Layden, Lisa, Voyage, Ronan, Amanda, Charles Emerson, H. Schwartz, Marissa Pugliese, Mary McHugh 2, Space Fraggle, Pippi Longstocking, all of our other members, Lisa, Babs, Evelyn in Maine, thank you. And all of our other viewers like Kaz C, me, Jean, Plank Strategy, Kristen McConnell Gates, our subscriber Kristen McConnell Gates, thank you. Susan Parslow Lounsbury from upstate New York, Paula Thompson, and all of our other viewers. JTB on Twitch, Underjolt, Exiled Lunarian, and others. All right, so again, we are going to keep you updated on what's going on with Hezbollah in Israel, in Lebanon, and other big news. I don't know if I'll be able to do hurricane coverage. It depends on my sleep schedule. But if I can, I'll jump on and do some hurricane coverage. But we'll be doing more news coverage either way. Okay? So again, huge thanks for watching. I try to say this every stream. We cover this. I hope things settle down in the Middle East and we're not covering this violence for a lot more, and that it doesn't, and that we don't have a war there. Let's hope for that, but we'll have to see what happens. Okay, so thank you again for watching our coverage today. That's it for now. We'll have more coverage soon, and thanks again to our moderators, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.